Is it audible to everyone? I think audible. So, good morning to all of you. Today we are having the resource person, Dr. Chandan Kumar Jha, who received PhD degree from IIT Patna in 2019. He received ME with distinctions in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Birla Institute of Technology, Mesha Ranchi in 2012 and BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the West Bengal University of Technology, Kolkata in 2010. He is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Triple IT Bhagalpur since 2020. Earlier, he was assistant professor second in KIT Team Dupi University from 2019 to 2020. His research interests include signal and image processing, machine learning, and deep learning. He has published many peer-reviewed international journals and conferences paper and book chapter. Welcome to you, sir, and please hand it over to you. Please, sir, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir, for nice introduction. So today's topic of the talk is artificial intelligence in agriculture, and the overall presentation is the overall presentation contains the two parts: artificial intelligence in agriculture, first part, and another part is artificial intelligence in healthcare. So I have separately covered these two topics, and first of all I have covered the artificial intelligence in agriculture, in which I will discuss what are the different problems in agriculture. By using artificial intelligence in that field, we can solve all those problems. And what are the different crops diseases related to the some staple food, and how we can acquire images of the crops, how crops disease detection can be performed using the different artificial intelligence methods, and related work means in perspective of a proposed methodology, a related work has been covered, and that work's results and discussion has been included, and after that that work is concluded. So first of all, what is the aspect of the agriculture in our country? So we all know that in India, agriculture is essential for livelihood, as well as it is the significant source of income. क्योंकि हम लोग जानते हैं कि भारत कृषि प्रधान देश है, ये पहले से ही हम लोग बुक्स में पढ़ चुके हैं. So based on that, the majority of India's land is used to grow crops such as rice, wheat, maize, etc., which are fundamental components of our diet. And if failure of these crops occur, then it might result in hunger. So crops diseases have a significant impact on its production, which results in significant losses of agriculture. So we our motivation is to prevent that. So based on that motivation, first of all, this picture includes the different diseases related to the different crops, just like rice, wheat, corn, and many more diseases can happen with different types of crops. So here, if you see the rice plant leaf diseases, then it is brown. First picture shows the brown spot. It is related with the rice plant leaf disease, blast, bacterial blight, tungro. So these are the diseases. This is not only four. It may be more than 7 or 8, or more than that also. So these are the diseases related with the rice plant disease, and it may affect the crop yield. And the here in the figure, there are 3 types of leaves of the wheat plant included: healthy leaf, yellow rust, and brown rust affected plant leaves. So this is the wheat plant leaves affected by diseases, and it is a normal. And another part is another in the last figures, it is the corn plant leaf. It is a healthy, it is gray leaf spot, common rust, blight. So these are the diseases which affects the corn plant leaves. So and all these leaf images have been taken from the publicly available data repository, and mostly it has been taken from the GitHub or Kaggle. Okay. And so this is the first this is the separate, all are the separate data sets has been chosen to take these pictures, figures. And regarding the acquisitions, crops image acquisitions, these are the methods we can use for image acquisition, crops image acquisitions. So first of all, many data sets have acquired crops images using the mobile camera or camera from the Nikon, which is the high resolution camera. And there are another methods also to acquire the crops images using the unmanned aerial vehicles, which are mostly, we can say, the drones. So these are the different types of drones we can use the acquire crops images in different parts of the agricultural land. So these are the another way to acquire the crops images. So after the acquiring crops images, we can proceed for further for the disease detection. So so regarding the crops disease detection, there are several conventional way by which we can manually detect the disease, but it is a very complex task. And some laboratory based techniques are also used by using some chemical reagents. And it involves also the manual effort. So it also a time consuming and complex method. So to reduce this problem, many automated methods have developed in past, and these methods use artificial intelligence to make the method automated. And if we discuss the overall application of AI in agriculture, so I have just included for the disease detection, crops disease detection. But apart from that, there are many applications of AI in agriculture, which includes analyzing market demand and market price, by which we can predict, or we can make decisions, whatever will be the benefits or loss after the production of the crops. After that, managing risk, grading seeds, monitoring soil health, crop protections, feeding crops, using irrigation and fertilizers, harvesting, precision agriculture, food processing. So these are the different aspects of the AI which can be used in the agriculture. So there is a wide scope of the AI in agriculture. And I will not take too much time to discuss all these things, because I think in day before today it has been covered widely. And briefly I will discuss it, that what is artificial intelligence. So all of you are aware of that, that what is artificial intelligence. So it is a technique to make machine intelligent so that it can take decision. And it is the history, it was originated around 1950, is a subset of data science. And further AI has been they are the two subsets of the AI, machine learning and deep learning. So I think you all of are aware of that. Okay, so briefly I will cover these topics. So if first of all, in the data science, I will if I discuss about the ML. So ML is a subset of the AI that allows systems to learn from data, improve experience and make decisions without being explicitly programmed. And types regarding that: supervised, unsupervised and reinforced learning. It is the types of the ML. So all of you know that supervised learning, we use the labeled data in that case. So there is the labeling already done in the data. And in unsupervised learning, there are no any labeling. So we just use the algorithms which just search the pattern in the data, and by that pattern there's the decision making process happen in unsupervised learning. So just for example, if I discuss about the clustering method, so it can be treated as the unsupervised learning. And there's another also way of the learning in ML, that is reinforcement learning, where the algorithms learn through interaction with environment, and accordingly it awards aiming to maximize rewards, just like for game playing boards. So these are the examples of the reinforcement learning. Other popular algorithms are also in ML, machine learning: linear regression, logistic regression, decision trees, support vector machines, KNN, K nearest neighbors, and neural networks, which further goes to deep learning. So it is a very basic linear regression which works on the simple linear equation, and it finds the hyperplane line that best fits the data, and by that hyperplane we just categorize the data into different types. So it is a statistical method for modeling and for modeling the relationship between dependent and independent variables. So it is a very basic, and it is the uh, working of the linear regression. So we just train the linear regression model on the features of the data. After that we use the trend model to predict a continuous value, and we after that we apply a threshold to predict class levels. For example, if we just develop a hyperplane in the trend model, then we just select the threshold, and based on that threshold we just predict which class of the data is that. So it is the working principle of the linear regression. And next one is the logistic regression, and it is the another statistical method, and it is based on the probability of a binary outcome. So the probability function in this logistic regression is used. This is the mentioned here, sigma x is equal to 1 upon 1 plus exponential minus x. So logistic sigmoid function is used to map the prediction to probabilities in the case of logistic regression, and the logistic function maps any real valued number into the range 0 to 1. So here if we discuss how we map the features map, then this is the model by which map the features map, and based on that we can just predict whether it is the which type. So for event y is equal to 1, x is features, and based on this probabilistic model the decision has been taken in the logistic regression. So this is the working principle of logistic regression. After that, decision tree is a very simplest method in the ML to make a decision, and in that we just make a uh, tree like structure which shows the flow of the data, and it contains different types of nodes. So the first node, root node, is the topmost node which represents the entire data set, and after the root node there is a node which is a point where the data set is splitted based on a certain feature. So here node divides the data into two parts. After that, leaf node has been introduced in the decision tree, and that leaf node is treated as the terminal node that shows the outcome or classification. And overall the separations of the nodes are created by generated by branches. So the connections between nodes representing the decision rule. So here in the figure it is mentioned that the how decision tree work. So here if we just make a data set which is for less than 2, so it is the entire data set which will cover the values of the numbers. You can, as all of you are, maximum of you are computer science students, और दूसरे भी ब्रांच हो सकते हैं, तो यहाँ पे जैसे जितने भी डेटा है, all those data sets values have less than 2, and here the decision rule has been taken that we split the data. If it is less than 2, then we will just predict its class as y is equal to 1. So if it is means based on this rule we satisfy this, we will take it as a class of 1. Again, if the data is not more than that, again if it is more than 2, we will separate the branch by this rule, and we will again take one decision rule. Based on that we will again take the decision. So in this way the decision tree works. Another example of the machine learning is the k nearest neighbor, which works as the Euclidean, based on the Euclidean distance between the data points. So KNN is a supervised ML machine learning algorithm. It is based on the ideal finding of the nearest neighbors to a given data point, and it assigns the class based on the majestic class of the k nearest neighbors. And as I already told that it works on the based on the Euclidean distance. So Euclidean distance तो आप लोग सभी लोग जानते होंगे, है ना? So it works based on that. So these are the steps of the working of the KNN algorithm. Choose k for the number of the nearest neighbors to consider. Calculate distance between the test data point and all training points. Find k nearest neighbors based on the distance, and based on those distance we will make the class and we will predict that class. Again, there are the decision involves with the selection of k, whether we have to choose which type of मतलब Euclidean distance में values कितना होना चाहिए. It may be the small k, it may be the large k. If it is a small k, it lead to the overfitting. If it is a large k, it makes the model smoother, but at the cost of underfitting. So these are the problems. So we must establish a trade-off between the selection in the selection of k in the KNN. So these are the steps, and if we discuss regarding the disadvantage, so these are the disadvantages. It is computationally expensive, requires calculating the distance for every data point during the prediction, especially in large data sets, sensitive to features scaling. Features with larger value can dominate the distance calculations. अगेन पुअर परफॉर्मेंस विथ हाई, मान लीजिए डायमेंशनलिटी डेटा का हाई है, मतलब स्पेस में, डेटा स्पेस में, सो फॉर दैट डेटा KNN परफॉर्म पुअरली. सो ऑल दीज आर द डिसएडवांटेज ऑफ द KNN. मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर फेमिलियर विद द SVM है, क्या जानते हैं? हमको लगता है जो AI के फील्ड में वर्क करते होंगे वो SVM के बारे में जरूर जानते होंगे. सपोर्ट वेक्टर मशीन, या जो नहीं जानते हैं दे कैन लर्न हियर. सो इट इज अ बेसिकली सुपरवाइज्ड मशीन लर्निंग एल्गोरिदम, supervised machine learning algorithm, and it is primarily it is used for the binary classification, but it can be also used for the multiple classes. So if we just discuss about the binary classification for the two types of data, so it has an objective to create the best decision boundary based called hyperplane. So here in the figure it is mentioned that this is the hyperplane between the two types of data, and the hyperplane is generated in such a way so that it maximizes the margin between the two types of data sets, and whatever the data points are near to this hyperplane, all those are called the support vectors. So that's why it is called the support vector machine based on this principle. And here the extreme points, whatever the these are the extreme points which is maximizes the margin, all these are the support vectors. So here types of SVM: linear, in which we just use a linear hyperplane, and if we use non-linear hyperplane for non-linearly separable data, then it will be of type non-linear SVM. So here the first type is linear SVM, and it is non-linear SVM. So here the hyperplane is of non-linear type, non-linearly separable for non-linearly separable data. Now this is the mathematical base of the SVM. So in the linear SVM, there exists a linear function fx, which is just represented here fx w tx plus b. So here it will be greater than 0 for 1, and it is less than 0 for -1. So this is the basic equation of the linear SVM. Here vector w and b represents the hyperplane. This, so the hyperplane equation is represented by this equation, and again the linear SVM classifier to classify the vector x which is outside the training set can be represented by this. So this function represent the function x which involves the constants that satisfies the following conditions. So with the constants values, this equation has been developed for the SVM, and again further optimizations can be used in this case to optimize the margin in the hyperplane, support vectors in the with the hyperplane. So if we discuss about the equation of the nonlinear SVM, so in nonlinear SVM involves kernel based functions due to involvement of complex geometry of hyperplane. So different types of hyperplane in nonlinear SVM can be tackled by this kernel function kxxi. So kxxi is a kernel function, and based on the kernel function, there are the different types of nonlinear SVM can be used for the classification of data. And regarding the kernel function, it may be the polynomial, sigmoid, Gaussian radial basis function. In short, it is also called RBF. So these are the different types of kernel functions in nonlinear SVM, and all may affect the performance. So based on the data, we select the which type of kernel function we have to use in for a specific data, and it may give different results. So uh, in usually the Gaussian radial basis function works in every aspect of the different types of data. So mostly it covers, and it is very advantageous, or we can say it is mostly used in different non-linearly separable data. So the in the case of Gaussian radial basis function, the kernel function can be defined by this equation. So this part x minus xi indicates the Euclidean distance between the two data points, and here the sigma denotes the variance. After that, I will not discuss too much about the artificial neural network. All of you know about the artificial neural network? Input layer, hidden layer, output layer. This is the basic of the ANN, and it is just developed based on the working of our brain. So based on neurons, it is developed. So based on the new working of the neurons, it has been developed, and it has the three layers: input layers, hidden layers, and output layers. And we use the between the layers we use the weights and biases, which are the parameters that influence the signal between neurons, and based on that we calculate the error signal so that we can improve the performance in case of the ANN. So how this slide indicates how, and actually the slide contains very large, so I will uh, cover this part very fast so that I can cover all the PPT. So here the working has been shown how NNs work. Forward propagation activation function determines the output of each neuron. After that, back propagation, the learning process where the network adjusts weights based on errors in prediction. So based on the learning process, the weights are adjusted, and the weights are adjusted based on the error in predictions. So by this error predictions, we just adjust the weights in the ANN. Activation function may be the sigmoid, which produces values between 0 and 1, rectifier linear unit. It is widely used. After that, 10H and softmax. So it is in deep learning, those who are working in this field, you know that softmax function is used in the classification layer. So it is used in the output layer for multi-class classification problems. After that, training of neural networks has been done using the training data is used to teach the network, and in that process loss function is introduced, and a measure of how well the model is performing. So by using the loss function, we calculate the loss between the actual and predicted data during the training. What should be the what is the loss, and to measure the loss, mean square error is used. After that, gradient descent is one important, we can say, important term in optimization method used to minimize the loss function. So here loss function is optimized so that we can get the minimal loss. So to optimize that, gradient descent is used. After that, epochs and batch size, which are also used, and you all know what is epoch and batch size. All of you know what is epoch and batch size? नहीं जानते हैं. जैसे एक बार किसी मॉडल को ट्रेन कर रहे हैं, अब उसके डेटा पॉइंट्स को कितने कितने पॉइंट्स में यदि डिवाइड करें, दैट विल कॉल द बैच साइज. अब नंबर ऑफ times, how much times we will train the model, that will call epoch. Okay, so it is called epochs and batch size. These are the different types of neural networks. Further, there may be the more types: feed-forward neural networks, CNN, recurrent neural networks. So it is based on the sequential data, and deep learning, which involves the ANNs with many layers. So deep architectures is used in this deep learning neural networks. Now the thing is, whatever the AI, so it's all about the AI. So whatever I just discussed, not that was a very limited slide, because there are many more aspects in coming era. So just like vision transformer, ensemble learning, all these are method, generative AI, explainable AI. So all these are the different aspects of the AI which are currently using in different types of fields. So here, since I am covering the field of the agriculture, so how we can use the AI in agriculture field. So that thing is covered based on the image, usually image, but it may be the signals also based on the parameters of the, just like soil or environmental parameters. So here widely I'm covering the image so that we can detect the disease of the crops image. So first of all, to learn the features from the data which is image, first of all we usually perform the image segmentation. So image segmentation is what, in image we select a region of interest, so that region of interest can be can be we can get by using the image segmentation method. So here it has the purpose to simplify or change the representation of an image into something that it more meaningful and easier to analyze. So suppose that our means any crops image has some affected area and we just apply the overall process throughout the image, so it is computationally inefficient. So doing all the operations for all over the part of the image, if we apply the that operations only a particular part, so we have to just select a particular part. So that's why image segmentation we used. So this is the basic purpose. And these are the different image segmentation methods. Thresholding, in thresholding means uh, जैसे for example if I just take in an image what is the different parameters, anyone can say, in a digital image what are the different parameters? Resolution, another one, पिक्सल्स, पिक्सल्स तो डिफाइंड है लेकिन पिक्सल में रहता क्या है, जैसे आप ज्यादा हम दूर नहीं जा रहे, यदि इस पूरे वॉल को इफ वी जस्ट हिट एज एन इमेज, सो व्हाट मेक इट्स डिफरेंट दैट दिस इज द इफ इट इज द स्मार्ट बोर्ड एंड दिस आर द वॉल, व्हाट मेक्स इट डिफरेंट, कैसे हम लोग विजुअलाइज कर रहे हैं कि ये स्मार्ट बोर्ड है या ये वॉल है which looks like yellowish color, by the by the intensity on a particular pixels. Okay, तो इंटेंसिटी वेरिएशंस है और वो इंटेंसिटी वेरिएशंस जो है रेड ग्रीन ब्लू के फॉर्म में नजर आ रहा है यहाँ पे. सो यहाँ पे इंटेंसिटी का वेरिएशंस है. अब इंटेंसिटी की बात करें तो वह इंटेंसिटी के अपार्ट फ्रॉम द इंटेंसिटी देयर आर आल्सो टेक्सचर एनालिसिस, आफ्टर दैट हिस्टोग्राम. शायद आप लोग इमेज के बारे में शायद नहीं जानते होंगे मे बी. सो ऑल दीज आर द डिफरेंट पैरामीटर्स रिलेटेड विद द इमेज. Okay, now here the in image segmentation method, here I'm just discussing about the thresholding. So how we can select a particular region based on the thresholding. So if we apply a threshold based on the image based on the pixel and intensity, then based on the values of the intensity we will put a threshold so that we can select a particular pixels values in a particular image. Okay, अब उस इंटेंसिटी से सपोज दैट कुछ वैल्यू मान लेते हैं 0 to 255 रेंज का वैल्यूज है, उसमें हम सेलेक्ट कर लेते हैं कि 125 से नीचे का पिक्सेल्स को वैल्यू को सेलेक्ट करना है, अदर वैल्यू को नहीं सेलेक्ट करना है. तो उसी तरह के पिक्सेल्स वी विल सेलेक्ट which has the value less than 125, other will be discarded. So it will work as the global thresholding. So a single threshold value is used in this case for the whole image. And if we use the adaptive thresholding, so it will change based on the different regions of the image. So the values will be not fixed, it will be changed according to the different regions depending upon the applications which we will use. After that, this is the one way. Another way is age detection. मान लेते हैं suppose that if we have to select a particular diseased part of the crop image, then our motive is in segmentation is to first of all we will select the age of a affected part. जैसे यदि हम ओवरऑल इमेज में हम कहें कि यहाँ पे ये जो फ्लावर है उसके पार्ट को यदि सेलेक्ट करें, देन ऑल दिस कैन बी सेगमेंटेड बाय सेलेक्टिंग द एज पार्ट. तो उसी तरह से डिजीज के केस में भी होता है एज डिटेक्शन. सो इट डिटेक्ट्स एजेस वेयर द पिक्सल इंटेंसिटी चेंजेस सिग्निफिकेंटली. अब यहाँ पे एग्जांपल यदि देखें, ये व्हाइट बोर्ड का जो एज है वहाँ पे जो इंटेंसिटी है उसके बाद जो इंटेंसिटी है वेरिएशंस है, तभी तो ये डिफरेंट नज़र आ रहा है. तो ये इंटेंसिटी वेरिएशन से एज डिटेक्शन को परफॉर्म किया जाता है. And if age are detected, after that we can perform the segmentation. मान लेते हैं वो एज से डिटेक्ट हो गया ऑब्जेक्ट, दैट ऑब्जेक्ट इज द basically our point of interest, region of interest. Okay, so these are the basically related with the also with the image processing. Okay, after that another method is the region growing. So we start with the seed point and grows the region by adding neighboring pixels. मतलब यहाँ का जैसे हम पिक्सल वैल्यू यदि देखें और यहाँ का पिक्सल वैल्यू देखें, इट विल बी ऑलमोस्ट क्लोज टू इच अदर. यदि वो सेम है तो वो इक्वल भी हो सकता है. तो उस रिलेशन को मतलब डेवलप करके वी जस्ट डेवलप अ रीजन ग्रोइंग process so that we can segment a given image. There are many more methods: graph based segmentation, graph cut algorithm, min cut algorithm. So those who are working in the image classification or image segmentation or image processing, they can use these methods. Or if you are working in this area, they already know, I think. Any PhD scholar, if anyone is working in this area, means image classification with image processing. So they are the processing methods in the case for in the case of image using these algorithms. After that, clustering based segmentation. We will develop a cluster based on the values, intensity values. So K means clustering we can apply, mean shift clustering. It is a non-parametric method. After that, based on the Gaussian function, the Gaussian mixture models can be also be used, which is a probabilistic model to segment a given image. After that, मान लेते हैं कि डिजीज्ड पार्ट क्रॉप्स का सेलेक्ट हो गया. ओके, सो इफ वी select a region of interest in a crops image, now further we have to categorize, classify the disease. मान लेते हैं कि दो डिफरेंट टाइप्स का इमेज डेटा है. यहाँ पे नहीं है, चेयर्स वगैरह नहीं है. सपोज दैट एक डिजीज डेटा सेट है, मतलब डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ इमेजेस हैं, और उसमें सेगमेंटेशन से if we just segmented image and we just select two region of interest which are of different types. Now to make them different by analyzing the features using the classification algorithm, so that process can be happened using the image features extraction, and it is a process of identifying and extracting meaningful information such as edges, textures or key points. And furthermore we can also apply the hues and histograms. After that many statistical methods we can also apply in this case. And after the extracting of the features, we can apply the machine learning, image recognition and computer vision task to perform the classification. So apart not only machine learning, we can also apply the deep learning and furthermore recent techniques. Okay, so regarding the features, if you will say, the features may be global features, but the overall segmented part में जो dominant features होगा, that will be treated as the global features. So it will contain the overall characteristics of the image, just like color, histogram, global textures. Another part we can take local features, so characteristics at specific points or regions of the image. Example, edges, corners, key points. Textural features, so it these features related with the patterns or arrangements of pixels intensity that form texture. Next one is the shape features, so it just takes the contours and boundaries, and based on the shape of the contours and boundaries, it performs the classification using the machine learning or deep learning algorithm. Now image features extractions can also be done using the, as I already told, age detection is used, corner detection is used, texture analysis is used, key point detection is used. So these are the image features extraction method which every classification algorithm uses, because if we will not extract the features, we cannot perform the classification. So we have to extract the features. After that, regarding the techniques, how we can detect some techniques, so these are the different techniques for detection of the ages: Sobel operator, canny age detection method, Laplacian of Gaussian log methods. So these are the methods to detect the images, detect the edges of different objects in an image. So we can use it in segmentation. So these are the techniques basically by which we can perform the segmentation techniques. Segmentation for corner detection. Suppose that we have to focus only on the corner part. इसका इसका एक एग्जांपल मैं आपको ब्रेन ट्यूमर के केस में दे सकता हूँ. मान suppose that a brain tumor is in someone brain, there is a brain tumor. So if we will segment it, and because as you all know that our brain is very complicated. अब यदि कॉर्नर पॉइंट कहीं पे है और उसका कॉर्नर इफ वी कांट सेलेक्ट दैट कॉर्नर पॉइंट ड्यूरिंग द सर्जरी, ये न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट उसको यदि प्रॉपर्ली नहीं डिटेक्ट कर पाए, सो इट में क्रिएट सीरियस प्रॉब्लम्स और इट में भी आल्सो लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग फॉर दैट पेशेंट. तो कॉर्नर पॉइंट्स को डिटेक्ट करना इट्स वेरी एसेंशियल. सो these are the some techniques to detect the corner points in image segmentation by just after the identification of the object. So they are the basic methods: Harris corner detector, sight on sight corner detection detector, fast, which has the basically meaning features from accelerated segment test. So these are the different algorithms. So by just seeing one line, you can't understand what is the basically method. This is the overall name, and if anyone working or will work, they can explore these techniques to perform the corner detection in image processing for features extraction. For texture based feature means if we have to extract the pattern based features, so for that texture feature extraction techniques is used. So this is widely used in the present scenario. Ray level occurrence co-occurrence matrix GSCM. So it measures texture by computing the frequency of pixels with a specific spatial relationship. Spatial relationship मतलब जानते हैं आप लोग? Spatial domain, time domain, spatial domain means we just vary the two parameters at the same time. So suppose that on if we just study the intensity of an image, so if we will just make the two coordinate two axes x and y, so we can indicate a particular pixels by using the two coordinates. So it has the variations in the spatial domain, so it is called the spatial domain. So in the case of image, we we use some specific relation, and based on that some specific relation GLSM is defined. After that we can also extract the texture features using Gable filters, local boundary patterns. By using these techniques we can extract texture based features. Key point detection. Suppose that we have to just select a certain key point in a given image by just pointing out the object in that image. So this can be performed by using SIFT, scale invariant feature transform, speed up robust features. So by using these methods you can also select the key point. Histogram oriented gradient, these are the also used for extraction of the features in the image classifications. So it divides an image into small cells, calculates gradient directions, and then forms histograms to capture local shape informations. And based on that, it will be used for classification. In image, discrete wavelet transform is also used. I think all of you know Fourier transform. पता होगा शायद सभी लोगों को. So it is the advanced method after the Fourier transform. So first Fourier transform was developed. After that, to get the time at a particular time frequency information, short time Fourier transform has been developed. But short time Fourier transform is not capable to give the information in a certain range, in a certain window. So a variable window has been selected, and after the selection of the variable window, a technique was developed that is called discrete wavelet transform. So in the discrete wavelet transform, the two parameters, scaling parameter and translation parameters, are used to select the different window size. Okay, so these are the this equation is the one dimensional equation which is used for the signal. In the case of image, the parameters, two more parameters will introduced, and that two parameters can be used in the spatial domain to extract the different features. So discrete wavelet transform is widely used to extract image features of image, digital image. So here, brief discussion is mentioned here. DWT is obtained by discretizing the time scale plane of the CWT means continuous wavelet transform, where the number of points are infinite. And for the realization means implementation point of view, DWT is implemented on digital platform using the two filters means different filter banks, and these filter banks contains high pass and low pass filters. So by just using the combination of high pass and low pass filters, we extract the features of image. So this is the this picture shows the three level decomposition of a signal xn by using the high pass filter hn and low pass filter gn. So this picture indicates the decomposition of signal xn. So this is the first level of decomposition in the discrete wavelet transform. So this is the high pass filter, low pass filter, and both are downsampled. So overall, this part is the first level decomposition. Again, the output of the after the downsampled output we will get from the low pass filter. It is again go through the high pass and low pass filtering, again down sampling. So this is the second stage, and this one is the third stage. So it in this way we can perform many number of stages, many number of levels for the decomposition, but it will depends upon the application, that how much number of decomposition we will require for the features extraction. And we usually take the approximate coefficients as a features for classification. So approximate coefficients, it contains the low pass filter coefficients which we can obtain at this point. So this is the approximate these are the approximate coefficients. And regarding the frequency component of the DWT decomposed signal, so at the first level we just divide the frequency in the two parts. After that, in the level 2, again the half part is divided into two parts. Again in the third level it is just make uh, half of the half. Okay, so in this way we can just understand the decomposition distribution in different frequency band, data sample distribution in different frequency bands. Now here I am just telling you this is the frequency components. Now in the for the case of image, what will be it? Colors. For the case of digital image, what will be it? फ्रीक्वेंसी तो वहाँ रहता नहीं है, क्या रहेगा वहाँ पे? इंटेंसिटी को we can correlate. So by correlating the frequency with the image, we can just draw this plot for the distribution of data, means pixels values. Now after extracting the features, ML based techniques can be applied for the classification. So these are the some certain limitations ML based techniques, such as the requirement of segmentation and feature extraction. So if we will see the overall process of the ML based technique, machine learning based algorithms or techniques. So first of all we will select the image. After that, if it is noisy, we can apply some pre-processing method so that we make the image noise free. After that, performing the denoising operation, we just select different regions which can be covered by image segmentation by using the corner detection, edge detection techniques. Now after selecting the ROI, we will have to extract different types of features. It may be the textual features, histogram based features, or further many more features which I just discussed in the GLCM, जो आपका occurrence matrix based था, and furthermore HOG, ये different features can be extracted using that part. आफ्टर दैट वी कैन परफॉर्म द क्लासिफिकेशन. तो प्रोसेस में क्या क्या आ गया? सबसे पहले इमेज का सिलेक्शन, आफ्टर दैट फीचर्स एक्सट्रैक्शन, आफ्टर दैट क्लासिफिकेशन. अब यदि इस प्रोसेस को इफ वी विल मेक इट इन वन in using the one model, so that can be provided using deep learning. So in this is the drawback, or we can say the computationally ML is less efficient than DL, क्योंकि ये पार्ट वहाँ पे जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है. फीचर्स एक्सट्रैक्शन का जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगा, मतलब मैनुअली मतलब स्टेप बाय स्टेप करने का. हैंड crafted features will be not required in the case of DL. It will be performed in the model itself. So we will not require to perform these tasks manually in the case of DL. So it can be treated as the disadvantage. And in different agricultural image, segmentation of disease regions with the same capacity is difficult. मान लेते हैं कि डिफरेंट डिफरेंट पार्ट्स में डिजीज का एलोकेशन है उसके इमेज में. अब हर पार्ट को सेगमेंट करना, इट्स अ very very computationally inefficient method. So this is also treated as the limitation. So it makes a challenge for a typical machine learning approach to classify agriculture disease image with satisfactory results. So these are the observations of the ML methods for the agricultural image classification. So to solve that, deep learning models can be used, and this is the basic two models: convolutional neural networks, CNNs, and recurrent neural networks can be used. Basically, it may be the further more advanced form. So we can use these methods for the classification using the deep learning. So in training of the deep learning network, we use the forward pass. So input data is passed through the layers, okay, and after that we will use loss function, back propagations, epochs, batch size, all these parts we have to select, or parameters we have to choose related to these steps, or these means whatever the mechanism, what will be the happen in the deep learning, we will have to choose the parameters related to with these steps. Now loss functions can be of two types: cross entropy loss functions. So it measures the difference between the true and predicted class probabilities. MSE is also used, but it is used occasionally. Widely we use cross entropy loss. And regarding the different components of a CNN, it will contain convolutional layers, pooling layers, fully connected layers, and different activations functions will use in the CNNs for to perform the classification. So if you will use these algorithms, because just studying means, if you just only studying but not using practically, then it will not meaningful. So if someone is working in this area, and if you will implement this course, then you will get to know what particular layer, what means operations will happen using the what different layers, okay, and what is the significance of all these layers. So these are the only things I mentioned, but for the learning point of view, you must implement the code. Training, in the training we just apply data pre-processing, and the data pre-processing may include the resizing of image, normalization, data augmentation. So data augmentation is widely used where the data set is imbalanced. So in that case, we apply the data augmentation. After that, forward propagation, back propagation, optimization for the loss functions, and we have to select the epochs and batch size and learning rate. So all these are the also different parameters related with different steps of the deep learning. Regarding the CNN architectures, we just use conventional CNN, and we can also use the recurrent neural network, which is just work on the sequential data. And in the RNN, different types of challenges, which means mostly the widely well-known challenge, the vanishing gradient problem in the RNN, means when gradients becomes too small to update the weight properly. So to solve this problem, different another different architecture come, which is called the LSTM by LSTM. All these are the different architectures which is used to the problems of the vanishing gradient problem, the RNN. So these are the different types of deep learning neural network architectures, LSTM by LSTM. After that, many more transfer learning methods has been used in these methods. So transfer learning, anyone know transfer learning? Computer science? Anyone can tell me? No, no one. So transfer learning means we have to train a model based on the large data set, and based on the learning and its decision making capability, we just train the model with the similar another data sets, and based on that we just predict. So we simply transfer the learning from one data set to another. That's why it is called transfer learning approaches. And there are the different transfer learning methods which can be used in the image classification. And in this case, we can use agricultural image classification. So here, different pretend models like BGG16, BGG19, MobileNet, and many more methods are used in the case of the different applications in the using the transfer learning. Now these are the some literature review for the rice plant disease classification. So here this related work is specific for rice leaf disease classification, and this work is used for the whole class of rice leaf disease classification, and these are the some existing work. So this, you can say that this is the literature review in that particular work. So here the existing work use in the references it is mentioned deep convolutional neural network has been used for the rice leaf image classification. After that, attention mechanism based depth first separable neural network ADSNN was used, and mobile net architecture used in 9. Ensemble learning method using SCNN and SVM is proposed in 6 to categorize 4 classes of rice leaf diseases. So widely, all these methods uses the same data set, which this work was I have it was published. In that work we have used. So the data set is same, but the technique was different in the existing methods. And by using a simple CNN model, means number of layers and the different parameters has been varied, and it has been used to classify the rice leaf diseases. So here this is the CNN architecture which has been used for the 4 class of rice leaf disease classification: brown spot, blast, bacterial, tungro. So these are the different classes which has been classified using this CNN architecture. So first of all, the rice plant image dataset has been taken, and it was resized with the size of 128 cross 128 cross 3. After that, here uh, 5 convolutional layers has been selected, and a classification layer and finally used in this architecture for classification. And here the kernel size and channel length has been mentioned in the convolutional layer. And the class regarding the classification layer, the classification layer contains flattened layer, dense layer with 256 neurons, and rectified linear unit as activation function, dropout layer, and dense layer and the dense layer with 4 neurons and softmax activation function to perform the classification. So this is the architecture of the CNN which has been used in the paper, and it has been performed using the Google Collaboratory. And regarding the epochs and batch size, 100 epochs has been selected, taken with batch size 32, and Adam optimizer has been used for loss optimization. And the experimentation has been performed using a data set which is publicly available, and this data set contains 5,932 images that consists 4 rice diseases: spot, blast, bacterial blight, and tungro. So these are the pictures mentioned. Now the this slide show that regarding the acquisition of these data sets. So these images were captured from the rice fields of Odisha. Okay, and these images are required from DSLR D5600 camera equipped with 18 to 55 mm lens. So this is capture only a single camera, but different data sets may use different methods for image acquisition, and all the classes of images obtained from the data set are have different size. So in this work, all these images has been resized to this size 128 cross 128 cross 3. And in the different classes, these are the distributions of the images in the training, validation, and testing sets. So this is the distribution of images, and this shows the results, classification results in terms of the confusion matrix. So this confusion matrix indicates that how the classification against actual and predicted levels has been performed with the CNN architecture, proposed CNN architecture. And this model shows the training and validation accuracy versus epoch plots. So here we can see after the 20 epochs, the model achieves more than 90% accuracy. These are the some performance measures by which the performance analysis has been done: accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, precision, and F1 score. And we can see the overall score is more than 95, which indicates that the architecture performs well. And this is a comparison table with the existing methods. So here we can see the proposed CNN architecture perform 98.1% accuracy. So in this way, we can see in the classification of the rise slip images, by using this architecture we can get more than accuracy which was previously reported in this literature. So here it is the, although it is CNN, but it performs very well performance. So here in this way, for practical use of the if we use the AI apps based on the AI, we can use all these advanced methods by which we can perform maximum accuracy or different performance measures. Conclusion, these are the conclusion. So here, apart from the CNN, different another transfer learning methods can also be used, and by using that we can also get more than 99% accuracy, just like VG16. And apart from the transfer learning, we can also use the ensembling method, in which we can extract the features by using CNN, and we apply some different transfer learning method. So in agricultural data, you can also do that to get the maximized means maximum to get the well performance in comparison with the literature. So these are the references. Now the next part is artificial intelligence in healthcare. Actually, I have used the AI methods in different aspects, just like for ECG, in brain tumor, in diabetic retinopathy, just like the retinal images, in different. But since during the time, due to the time constraint, I have covered the part for the ECG and brain tumor only. Okay, so these are the, first of all, if you apply the artificial intelligence method for the classification of data, so first of all you have to understand the data, because without understanding the data you can't able to apply the technique. So if we discuss about the data in the case of healthcare, so this data is ECG. So if we know the data, then we have to also understand the acquisition process, because all the data is not always noise free. It may contain some different noises, and different types of noises introduced during the acquisition process. So to removal of that noises, it is involved in the pre-processing steps of the data. So in the data pre-processing, we apply different artifacts removal methods to remove the noises. So first of all, I will discuss the introduction. After that, signal acquisition. In the case of this data, it is ECG. After that, artifacts in the ECG signal which introduced during the acquisition process, or after the acquisition process also it may introduced. After that, wavelet-based time frequency analysis of ECG signals. Now, after the extraction of features, AI for automated heart disease detection has been selected, and in that part, TQWT tunable Q wavelet transform based features and support vector machine based method has been used for the classification of ECG. So these are the different aspects regarding the cardiovascular diseases, CVDs. आप लोग जानते होंगे कि हम लोगों के देश में जैसे कोविड के बाद से हार्ट अटैक का केसेस ज़्यादा हो रहा है. सो ऑल दीज आर द scenario related to the cardiovascular systems, and in cardiovascular systems, uh, if we discuss about the data as per the WHO in 2019, an estimated 17.9 million people died from CVDs. Different types of, किसी को infarction है, किसी को arrhythmia है, किसी को fibrillation है. There are the different types of CVDs related with our cardiovascular systems, and to prevent the mortality, we use the early detection methods. So early detection of CVD is essential for risk management with counseling and medicines. And in early detection, for early detection के लिए यदि हम invasive methods को use करें, how many of you will select? Invasive method को यदि बोले in early detection के लिए use करें, कोई करेगा? नहीं करेगा. So all of you know ECG is a non-invasive method to get the working of get the working data of the our heart in terms of the signal. So ECG is widely used as a non-invasive method to acquire the information of our heart. So यहाँ पे हमने ECG को use किया है, and this is the basic normal heart cycle of ECG, and it has the different parts: P wave, QRS complex, T wave. After that, there are the different parts based on the time in the time domain, PR interval, QT interval. तो इसके basis पे we extract different informations, different features from the ECG signal, and use those features using the ML algorithm. In this case, whatever the work here proposed, in that case we have used SVM, but we can use deep learning and we can directly feed the data in the signal, pre-processed data. क्योंकि pre-processed data नहीं रहेगा, it will affect the performance. Okay, so here this is the general information about the ECG. Peak amplitude about 1 millivolt, usually 1 millivolt के range में रहता है ECG का, and frequency range it has 0.05 hertz to 100 hertz. And as I already told, it is a non-invasive clinical tool for diagnosis of heart diseases, and it is used for abnormalities of heart rate and rhythm of heart beats. Arrhythmia जिसको हम लोग usually बोलते हैं, but यदि rhythm, if a heart loses its rhythm, it will call arrhythmia. So by using the ECG, we can acquire the information of heart rate and rhythm of hearts. After the size and position of heart chambers, as you know that our heart has how many chambers? 4 chambers. So regarding the size and position of heart chambers can also be acquired using the ECG. And functionality of electrical conduction system of heart. तो जैसे for example, if we are sitting in this room and this room is functionality of this room is using the AC, fans, lights, and all these are the electrical systems. In the similar way, our heart is working based on the electrical stimulation, and those electrical stimulation is generated by muscles of our heart, and that electrical stimulation, if it is recorded in the graph paper or in terms of the data samples, it will call ECG. Okay, so ECG is basically the recording of those electrical stimuli. Okay, here simple structure, biological structure of the heart is, I will not go in depth because it will take very much time. So these are the 4 chambers are mentioned, and the different biological parts of our heart has been mentioned. Now here briefly I will discuss how we can acquire the ECG signal, and in some public repository how the acquisition has been done. So the acquisition of ECG data may be done using the few leads or standard 12 leads. So The acquisition process can be happened using the standard clinical ECG, which will contain 12 leads, or monitoring ECG, which will contain 1 to 2 leads. Suppose that if in a patient is in ambulance, so we usually take 2 leads, ambulatory ECG recording. In that case, because to attach 12 number of leads to a patient in the moving position is difficult. So in that case, we use halter or monitoring ECG that will contain 1 to 2 leads. But if you go in any hospital and to collect the cardiovascular information in terms of the ECG, standard 12 leads are used. Now, ECG leads are categorized into 3 types: uniform, unipolar, or bipolar. Means it is based on the polarity, but based on the acquisition, it has the 3 types: standard limb leads. So, standard limb leads are basically it is named as leads 1, 2, 3, and it was developed by Wilhelm Enthoven. And these are the bipolar leads, means based on the potential electrical potential, based on the potential difference, it is bipolar nature, in bipolar nature. Again, another type is augmented limb leads, and it was developed by Goldberg, and it has the name AVR, augmented lead right side, augmented VL left side, and it is the foot, based on the foot, AVF. And there are the chest leads also. 6 chest leads are used: V1, V2, V3, V4, V5, V6, and it was developed, discovered, invented by Frank Vision, and these are the unipolar leads. So these 2 types are unipolar, and lead 1, 2, 3 are bipolar leads, which are used for the acquisition of ECG data. Now this is the details of the different leads of during the acquisition. Left arm, right arm. So between these arms, whatever the signal is acquired, this is called lead 1. Between the right arm and left leg, whatever the signal, potential difference, or electrical stimuli is recorded, that is called lead 2. And between the left arm and the left leg, whatever the electrical potential we will acquire, that will be called lead 3. And regarding the right arm, it is considered as the grounded. Okay, and this is basically the Enthoven triangle during the development, invention of the ECG. And this is the augmented limb leads, which is used for the acquisition of augmented ECG, AVR, AVL, AVF. And here it is the one example between the right arm and left leg, how we just collect the electrical stimuli between the right arm and left leg. So here it can be treated as the resistance, and in the similar way all these 2 leads are acquired. And the overall, the 6 leads, lead 1, 2, 3, and augmented leads are can be understood by this picture. So here lead 1, lead 2, lead 3, it can be understood by the distribution of the potential difference between the right arm and left arm, and between these arms, whatever the potential difference we will acquire, these are called augmented positions. That's why it is augmented leads. And the position of the chest leads are can be indicated in this way. One is in the right hand side, and another 5 is in the left hand side. So these are the chest leads. Now these are the, as I shown you in the normal cycle of the ECG, P wave indicates the atrial depolarization. So in the biological mechanism, whatever the mechanism happening during the normal heart cycle, so all these are related with that. P wave related with the atrial depolarization. Depolarization means action potential increases. And the QRS complex, it's also related with the ventricular depolarization. T wave, it is ventricular repolarization. Repolarization can be understood by the relaxation of the muscles, in which action potential decreases. After that, these are the time domain features: PR interval, QT intervals, and all it has a physical significance, meaning in terms of the biology. Okay. Now, most of you have seen the ECG on paper. देखे हैं? Most of जाते होंगे अपने घर में, तो आप लोग देखते होंगे कि ECG का जो वेव फॉर्म कैसा होता है ग्राफ पेपर पे. बट इन द data samples for processing or application in the by using in the AI applications, you can use the digital data in terms of the discrete values. Okay, so we will define some sampling frequency, and based on that sampling frequency we will acquire the data of ECG signal on different sampling values. So if we discuss about the ECG paper, and if we have to indicate the what is the amplitude, whether it is in normal range or abnormal range, so it is based on this scaling. 1 millivolt means indicates 10 mm. So this 10 mm indicate 1 millivolt. Means if amplitude varies between this, means the amplitude is within 1 millivolt. And if the we will go for the time domain, so here 1 mm indicate 0.04 second. मतलब किसी का हार्ट जो है मतलब ईसीजी आ रहा है, यदि ये 20 mm या 30 mm में जा रहा है, मतलब एम्पलीट्यूड बहुत ज़्यादा है. हार्ट इज वेरी बीटिंग फास्ट एंड इट हैज़ वेरी हाई इंटेंसिटी, मतलब एम्पलीट्यूड बहुत ज़्यादा है, मतलब कुछ abnormal है. अब यदि ये टाइम डोमेन में जाए, if it is in the normal range PR interval, then it's working fine. But it has मान लेते हैं ये 1 2 3 4 ड्यूरेशन if you will take, so it must be 4 into 0.04 second. अब यदि उस रेंज से बाहर जा रहा है, that means it has some abnormality. उसी तरह से यदि मायोकार्डियल इन्फार्क्शन की बात हम ये देखा है, तो आप लोग शायद हार्ट अटैक सुनते होंगे नाम. So heart attack in biology is known as myocardial infarction. In that case, usually if you will see for any patient suffered with the heart attack, this part is inverted. ये पलट जाता है उसमें वेवफॉर्म में, जस्ट उल्टा हो जाता है. और ये टी वेव भी ऐसे ना हो गया, इस तरह का हो जाता है. मतलब certain abnormalities occur in this part, either this part or in this part, for the patients suffered with the myocardial infarction. So these are the some observations by cardiologist. I am telling based on the study, based on the work. Okay. So this is the 12 lead recording of ECG on paper, and usually if you will collect the data in the hospital for the ECG point of view, then this paper will show this type of structure. तो यहाँ पे देखते हैं लीड 1 का है. सो यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे कि ये साइकिल थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे इस साइकिल से इस साइकिल में प्रॉब्लम है, तो ये पेशेंट का डेटा है. उसी तरह से हर लीड्स के लिए एबनॉर्मेलिटी जो कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट यूज करते हैं, दे कैन ऑब्जर्व द एबनॉर्मेलिटी बाय विजुअल एनालिसिस, विजुअल इंस्पेक्शन ऑफ द ईसीजी. बट फॉर अ पेशेंट, सपोज दैट किसी पेशेंट को मीन्स सम एरिथमिक इवेंट्स अकरिंग इन सम different times. For a particular instance of time, the signal is normal, but at some certain instant मान लेते हैं मतलब नॉर्मल है ईसीजी, और वो कभी खेल रहा है या फिर कभी कोई स्लीपिंग मोड में है, एंड इन दैट वे, इन दैट केस सम एबनॉर्मल rhythms generate. So to get that knowledge, cardiologists use Holter monitoring, and the patients are under Holter monitoring. In the Holter monitoring, the data, ECG data, is recorded for 24 to 48 hours, and after that the cardiologist analyze the data. Manually possible है क्या 24 to 48 hours के data को visually analyze करना? So it's a very much difficult. So to assist cardiologists, some computer aided automated tools has been developed. तो पहले जैसे 19 की बात करें, 2019 या 18 से पहले machine learning based algorithms are widely used for heart disease detection using the ECG signal. But after the 2018-19, many CNN or deep learning based approaches has been used for the heart disease detection, CVD detection using the ECG signal. Not only the ECG, there are the different sound based methods are also used for the cardiological disorder detection, CVD detection. So if we just discussed about the features, because we know that any ML or DL methods use the features for classification, and these are the different features which are involved with the ECG signal. rate, rhythm, axis, P wave, PR interval, PR segment, QRS complex, ST segment, T wave, QT interval. So these are the different features related with the ECG signal. And regarding the artifacts, I already told you artifacts introduced in the signal during either during the acquisition or after the acquisition if the signal is corrupted by certain noise. So that all those noise can be treated as artifacts. So high frequency electromagnetic noise. So it is an artifact. Suppose that a patient is under ECG recording, and someone is coming with the mobile phone or some base stations, mobile base stations interfere with the signal. So the signal will be corrupted, and the noise we can treat as high frequency noise. Another artifact is the motion artifacts. So it is considered as the low frequency noise. Motion artifacts is that suppose that a patient is under ECG recording and he moves his body. So there's the motion and some noise are introduced. So it is treated as the motion artifacts. Power line interference. So this is the interference due to the power line frequency. Means whatever the machine operates with the power line, जैसे ये बोर्ड में कनेक्ट करे तो फ्रीक्वेंसी कितना है हमारे यहाँ, हमारे इंडिया में पावर लाइन का 50 hertz. In America it is 60 hertz. So due to that 50 hertz, if the signal corrupted, so that noise will be can be treated as the power line interference. Fourth type of artifacts can be observed in the fetal ECG. Suppose that ECG of a fetal is affected with the maternal ECG. मतलब मदर के हार्ट बीट से यदि fetal का हार्ट बीट अफेक्टेड हो रहा है, that can be here we can treat as a maternal interference. So we will use in the fetal ECG. अब लोग जैसे सोनोग्राफी होता है उसमें फेटल हार्ट रेट इंडिकेट किया जाता है, जिन्होंने नहीं देखा होगा नहीं जानते होंगे, बट जब सोनोग्राफी का रिजल्ट, अल्ट्रासाउंड का रिजल्ट मतलब रिपोर्ट आता है, दे इंडिकेट द फेटल हार्ट रेट. सो हियर in that case fetal ECG is recorded, and if the fetal ECG is affected by the maternal interference, we can't measure the either the heart rate properly or regarding the heart health of the baby in the in the case of maternal interference. So to removal of these artifacts is essential for the ECG classification, because with the presence of these artifacts we can't perform the proper classification result. We get the results properly with the good performance metrics. So in ECG classification, because it's a very large area and there are the different ways for the features extraction. In the case of deep learning, we can use only the one simple model, and in that model feature extraction can be performed by itself. But if we will use the ML, then we can extract different of types of features. Suppose that we can extract features using the wavelet transform, then we have to select the mother wavelet first, and in the ML based algorithm, Davich's DV, which is indicated as DV wavelet family, is used for decomposition of ECG signal to extract features. After that, approximation coefficients at certain decomposition levels, means लो पास फिल्टर का जो आउटपुट आएगा at a certain decomposition level, that will be treated as features. Now it is the question how much number of decomposition level we have to use in the case of wavelet transform. So number of decomposition levels varies based on the sampling frequency on different databases. So यदि database का different database का different frequencies है, so based on that we can define the number of decomposition level based on the fixing the number of decomposition empirically. Okay. Now AI for automated heart disease detection, we can use arrhythmia, MI, APB, arterial pace fibrillation, many more methods. So here I have indicated only two, but it can't be two, it may be many more, and we can apply this for this disease AI. Now here one work is presented in the slide in which we use tunable Q wavelet transform and support vector machine for automated cardiac arrhythmia detection. So as I already told, arrhythmia is collectively known as irregular rhythms. So different types of irregular rhythms we can collectively tell them arrhythmia. And the occurrence of arrhythmia is not always dangerous, but it may lead to sudden cardiac arrest or stroke. And arrhythmia ECG bits classification can be used in PDA. जैसे कि आप लोग suppose that you are using smart watch, and in the smart watch there's the information regarding the heart rate. In the similar way, some advanced smartwatches can predict whether the EC signal is just going to affected by myocardial infarction. Means early detection of MI that can perform the information. वो alarm raise करने लगता है. So in that way, we can just go for the early treatment, or early we can manage the risk to prevent the mishappening. Okay, so these classification methods can be used in digital PDF, personal digital assistant, or computer aided. It can be also used as a computer aided diagnostic tools, CAD tools. Okay, so it in all those it can be used. And here in this case, regarding the method and efficient arrhythmia classification has been methods using the TQWT and SVM, and it classifies the normal heartbeats and 7 types of arrhythmias, which are LBB, RBB, APB, PVC, APNV, and FBNV. So all these are the types of arrhythmia, different depending upon the different parts of the affected regions of our heart. इसका जैसे full form बोले, it is LBB, left bundled branch block. RBB, right bundled branch block. Atrial paste bit, premature ventricular contraction. यहाँ fusions of paste and normal bit, fusions of ventricular and normal bit. So all these are all it has the biological significance, and it can be reflected in the morphology of the ECG. जैसे for example, in the figure A, the normal ECG has been mentioned, and rest in all other parts B, C, D. Here you can see the morphology is different, which shows the abnormalities. Okay, so there are the difference in the morphologies can be observed from the normal and abnormal ECG in terms of the LBB, RBB, APB, PVCP, and these two fusion bits. Now the overall method can be understood using this block diagram. First of all, we have to acquire, I've acquired raw ECG signal from a data set, MITBI's data set. After that, we applied the pre-processing method. After that, RPIC detection and beat segmentation method. After that, wavelet-based features extraction method, training using SVM classifier, and testing. So these are the details of the data set by which the ECG data has been acquired. So the data has been acquired using the MIT BIH data set, and this data set contains 48 ambulatory ECG recording collected from 47 subjects. And the number of leads, since it is the ambulatory recording, it has the 2 leads, sampling frequency 360 Hz. This is the resolution 11 bits per sample of the data, and the baseline means during the display the baseline is 124 and the gain is 20 dB. Now in the pre-processing, to remove the different artifacts, the pre-processing involves SG filter, Savitsky-Golay filter, and the order of the filter has been chosen as 5 and 21. So this is the 5 is the order and window is 21 of the SG filter to remove the low frequency noise. And after that, high pass Butterworth filter of order 3 with cutoff frequency 1 Hz is used to suppress the baseline wandering, which can be treated as low frequency low frequency noise. So high pass filter is used to remove the low frequency noise. After that, to detect the event, RPIC detection has been performed using the standard Pan-Tompkin algorithm. So this methods involves many more methods. So if I will go, it will take very much time. So briefly I will cover it. So here detection in terms of the figure, यहाँ पे it is the ECG. In this ECG, these are the steps to detect the R peak. First of all, we applied the band pass filtering so that we can focus on the particular frequency band of the signal. After that, 5-point derivative has been used to detect the slope of the signal. After that, squaring operation has been performed to raise the amplitude. So this is the squaring operation. This is the after squaring operations to make the signal more visible and observable. The 36-point moving window integration has been used, and after the moving window integration, adaptive thresholding has been used to detect the R peaks. So these are the detected R peaks in the ECG. So after detection of the R peaks, beat segmentation has been performed, and in terms of the figure I will discuss here. First of all, these R peaks has been selected, and some sample duration, matlab before the R peak, after the R peak has been used to segment the bit. So here in the sample means 10 point means in the R peak segmentation, 10.25 second offset has been selected before the R peak, and 0.45 second offset has been selected R5 after the R peak. And the overall the duration of the signal bit is 10.25 second, and it covers P wave, QRS complex, and T wave. And in terms of the data samples, 89 samples before the R peak and 162 samples after the R peak has been selected to segment one bit. So this is the overall 1 heartbeat for a particular ECG. Now, after selection, after the segmentation of the different bits, the features extraction has been performed, and in this method, a conventional DWT has been not used, and because we have proposed some advanced method, and that advanced method use the tunable Q wavelet transform. So tunable Q wavelet transform basically involves the three tunable parameters, and the extracted features are more advanced, more efficient in classification to perform the classification with more accuracy, and perform well in some other parameters. So this is the discussion regarding the TQWT, and these are the details regarding the TQWT. I will not go too much because it is mathematical, as well as it will also take very much time in this discussion. So it is also based on the TQWT is based on the filter banks, and the filter banks use the low pass scaling factor and high pass scaling factor. So low pass scaling factor is denoted here as alpha, and high pass scaling factor is denoted by beta. And the three tunable parameters are here denoted in terms of the high pass scaling factor, low pass scaling factor, alpha and beta. So here Q, R, and J, number of decomposition, are related with these two parameters, and based on that, tuning operation has been achieved. So in TQWT in implementation in this work, Q and R values are taken as 3.8 and 1.2, and number of decomposition level has been selected at 6th level. And after at 6th level decomposition, last 12 coefficients of the low pass subband are taken as the features of the ECG bits. And these are the distribution of the data sets in the training and testing sets. And since this is the in this work, ML algorithm has support vector machine has been used, so we have the distributed data in training and testing. So and these are the different ECG records from which the data have been acquired from the data sets, and these are the types of the classes. This is the training and testing sets distributions of the data. Now SVM model, I already discussed about the SVM model, and here since it is not a binary classification, it perform 8 class classification. So one against all strategy has been used in this case, and the kernel is used Gaussian radial basis function. And regarding the bits, 14,878 EC bits of 8 different classes are used to train the model, and the testing has been performed using 26,219 EC bits. This is the confusion matrix by which we can analyze the performance, and these are the some performance measures by which the performance of the technique has been evaluated. And this is the classification performance of the technique. Overall 99.27, 96.22% sensitivity, and specificity 99.51% has been achieved in this using this work. So this is the conclusion. So regarding the arrhythmia, 8 types of arrhythmia classification, and in this case total 41,097 ECGs has been used for the classification using the TQWT and SVM. One more artificial, these are the differences. One more application I have included, so I will briefly go with this. So this method has been used for MRI image analysis. So all of you know what is MRI? Magnetic resonance imaging. Okay, so it is widely used in different types of disease detection related to our brain as well as spinal cord. And furthermore, types of different types of cancers can be in oncology. We can use the MRI to detect different types of uh, cancers. So this is the content of this part. This is the basically introductory part of the MRI. So it is a medical imaging technique used to visualize internal structures of the body. So it is different from the X-ray imaging. We can say this is a three-dimensional imaging, and it provides detailed image of organs and tissues with the use of radiation. It is a non-invasive and non-ionization technique, and it has no non-harmful side effects. Basic principles: it is based on nuclear magnetic resonance, and in MRI, strong magnetic field and radio frequency waves are used to produce detailed images of organs. So in MRI, hydrogen atoms of our body aligned with the strong magnetic field and emit signals when exposed to radio waves, and those signals is recorded in the in terms of the image, and that image is called MRI. These are the some components of the MRI acquisition system: superconducting magnet, gradient coils, radio frequency coils, computers. So these are the different components of the MRI system. So this may discuss the different means assembly of the different components and present during the MRI. So this is the procedure, the patient means acquisition procedure. Now, what different kinds of disease can be detected? Brain tumor can be detected. So brain MRI helps to detect location, size, and type of brain tumors. So in case of brain, it is very vital to first of all detect which type of tumor is there, where the location of the tumor is in the brain, and which size of the tumor is. All three information are very essential if any neurologist performs surgery. So all which can be information can be extracted by the MRI analysis. And apart from the brain tumor detection, brain stroke detection can be also we can do using the MRI. So the brain stroke detection can involve ischemic stroke, after that a hemorrhagic stroke. So these two types of the brain strokes can be detected using the MRI. Hemorrhages, you already know, someone has suffered with the brain hemorrhage, means clotting of blood. So ischemic basically related with the lack of blood flow, means ischemia means lack of blood flow. So due to the lack of blood flow, the cells dies, so it is called ischemic stroke. And in this case, hemorrhagic stroke, it is the due to the uh, clots of the blood in the cells, means if some cells hemorrhages, so clotting will occur and it will treated as the hemorrhagic stroke. Other applications in disease detection can be also done using the MRI. Multiple sclerosis detection. So it is basically related with the spinal cord. Okay, so it is related with our nerve system. So this can be also performed using the MRI. Musculoskeletal systems can also use to detect the diseases like ligament tears, cartilage damage, arthritis. So this can also be used using the MRI. Can be detected using the MRI. After the cancer detection, MRI is used to detect breast, prostate, liver, kidney, and pancreatic cancer, spinal disorders, cardiac diseases. So it can also be predicted using the. It can be detected and predicted using the MRI. So the challenge regarding the MRI is acquisition is it is a highly high cost equipment. In everywhere it is not available. In all healthcare facility systems it is not available MRI due to the high cost, long scanning times. So the acquisition process involve long times, so it has the long acquisition time, accessibility not available everywhere, and contradictions means patients with pacemakers and metal implants. Suppose that a patient is with pacemakers, means usually used in the case of the heart patients. So if a patient is with pacemakers, MRI can't be performed. And if someone has some metal implants, for that patients also it can't perform. Means MRI can't be we can't do. Here I have included two brain MRI images. One is with tumor, it is without tumor. So this is the healthy brain image, and this is the image with tumor. And in the one work has been mentioned in the slide, in which CNN has been used for the tumor prediction, and that model is based on CNN. And this is the some basic literature in this area. I will not go too much. And this is the statistics. Also, the World Health Organization has revealed that over 96 million individuals across the globe were diagnosed with cancer in 2019, 18. So in that scenario, brain tumor detection has been developed in this work. Regarding the different existing works uses different techniques, ML and DL based techniques. So these are the discussion based on the ML methods, where features extraction has been performed, different wavelet transform, different features extraction, including the wavelet, as well as different classification, SVM, probabilistic neural network, artificial neural network, K means clustering, fuzzy K means are used as a classification. Now, in DL-based techniques, different CNN-based methods, CNN-based architectures has been used in this area, and in this case, in the proposed work, only CNN-based methods has been used. And this is the methodology of the proposed work, means some basic work related with the using the CNN. First of all, we have collected acquired the data from different publicly repository data. After that, researching, training. After that, testing results and performance evaluation. And this is the CNN architecture used in this case. As you have seen here, it involves the convolutional layers. After that, classification layers, and it has the only two classes: brain tumor, tumor, and no tumor. Implementation has been done in the Google Collaboratory, and the dataset BR35 dataset has been used, which is publicly available. And regarding the partition of the data, 70 is to 15 is to 15 has been used in the training, validation, and testing sets. And this is the results in terms of the confusion matrix. And in this case, we have achieved 98% accuracy. These are the some performance measures. This is the precision recall curve for the proposed work, and we can see the performance is very good because it lies in this corner, which is more than 90%. This is the conclusion of this work, and this is a very basic work. Some very advanced work can be do, and very more number, because there are not only two classes. There are some more than 4 or 5 types of classes are there in brain tumor detection, which can be used. for the classification. Okay, so these are the conclusion, and this is the concluding slide. Thank you, everyone. And if you have any question, then you can ask.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful lecture. In this lecture, generally three phase. Firstly, the AI in agriculture. Secondly, the healthcare application. And thirdly, the sample MRI image and CNN-based model development. Sir has shown. So I think all of you have enjoyed. So if you have any question, you can ask. Anyone have any question? And also the online participants, if you have any question. So thank you, sir, once again. So right now we can proceed to the next session. So right now the tea break is there, high tea is there. So for 10 minutes only, we will start the next session in 12:25. Okay. So right now you can leave for the high tea and again gather here after 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
अत्यधिक हाँ हेलो हेलो
Hello.
Sorry, actually the voice was not audible. So once again, I'm going to introduce our resource person. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you
Okay,
for
sir.
having me.
Dr. Akshay Deepak is an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at National Institute of Technology, Patna. His research interests include machine learning, algorithms, and bioinformatics. He has over 15 years of experience spanning academia and industry. He has served as the principal investigator of an R&D project sponsored by the Science and Engineering Research Board, Government of India, and was awarded by the Young Faculty Research Fellowship under the Visaya PhD scheme, sponsored by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MIT, Government of India. He has authored more than 80 publications in reputed journals and conferences. So over to you, sir. Please, sir. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilip Chaube, sir, for having me and for this opportunity of sharing some of my experience and knowledge. I hope I'm audible, and I'll be sharing my screen. Yes. Is my screen visible, and am I audible, sir? Hello, Chaube, sir. Am I audible? And is
Yes,
my
sir, you are audible, sir. Screen is not visible, sir, currently.
uh,
Yeah, sir, visible, sir.
Okay,
You only
okay.
need to enlarge.
Okay, thank you. I'll go full screen. I'll just turn off my camera to preserve bandwidth so that the sharing slides gets more share of the internet. Okay. So while deciding on the topic with Dr. Chaube, what we thought that since there are quite a few participants from agricultural background and who have perhaps little or no introduction to AI and machine learning, so we thought of to keep my talk on something introductory that will give an idea of how machine learning and AI is applied in agriculture, and perhaps in the process attract or excite some of you to get more into this field and do research. So the title of presentation is Supervised Learning for Agriculture, Classification, Regression, and Image Analysis. It's slightly different from what's there in the scheduled itinerary, but its essence is the same. Okay, so I've used these sources and others for preparing the contents of my slide. So this is what I plan to discuss today. We'll be, you may have already been told about what is AI and what is AI in agriculture by previous speakers. Nonetheless, we'll do a quick recap. And then I plan to do three things. First would be a classification, and then a regression, and then we'll be doing some image analysis. So the way each of these three things work is, first, we will see what classification problem is, and we'll be briefly discussing one of the classification algorithms. In this case, it is decision trees. There are lots of classification algorithms. So we'll be going through one of the algorithm decision trees so that we get an intuition on how actually classification works. And then it will be followed by a hands-on uh, where we'll be doing crop recommendation. We'll having a numerical data in a tabular form through decision trees and some of the other basic machine learning techniques. And there I'll be joined by my scholar Anukul, who will be helping us with the lab part. And after that, we'll proceed to a regression problem for an agricultural domain, where first we'll see what, again, there are lots of algorithms for regression also. We'll be covering a brief introduction to linear regression, what is the intuition behind it and how it is done. and be followed by a hands-on on a regression problem for soil moisture prediction. And the third would be we will be discussing about convolution neural networks, which are a key model or key technique for image analysis and feature learning. And then we'll be doing the hands-on on plant disease classification using CNN. So all hands-on would be on Google Colab. And the first hands-on, we'll be sharing with you the entire data set and this, which you can simply import into your Google Colab environment. So it will be a cycle of, a little bit discussion, theoretical, some intuition, followed by the hands-on. Feel free to interrupt me at any point of time if you have any questions. Okay, so a little bit of introduction. We keep hearing about buzzwords, AI, machine learning, and deep learning, and often they are used interchangeably, which is not wrong per se, but this is just one perspective. So AI is the superset. AI generally denotes any technique that mimics human intelligence. It can be logic-based, rule-based, or machine learning-based. So as simple as if you deploy a robot which has an infrared sensor, it sees a human-like object in front of it and it says hello. That's also an AI because it's mimicking human intelligence. Then machine learning is a subset that uses the idea of where machine learns a particular problem by seeing solution to the multiple instances of such problems. So problem we solve it we have multiple instances of a problem and their solutions, and we tell the machine, just like we tell a child, learn from it. This is a problem, this is a solution, and learn from it. So machine also internalizes or generalizes itself, learns the logic, and then once it has learned, then it is good enough to be deployed. If we find it's good enough, it can be deployed in real life scenarios and so on. Deep learning is a further subset of machine learning, which essentially uses multi-layered neural networks. And it's meant for large amounts of data, and apart from training, it also extracts features by itself. And the recent buzzword or the recent will be captured is our LLMs, chatbots, and so on, which are state-of-the-art deep learning technology. Okay. So some applications of AI applications in agriculture. Crop recommendation is one of them, where we can take soil type and then nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium and other data values, and we can recommend crop. So again, we tell the machine to learn based on the history, past experience, experts inputs, and so on. Then yield prediction based on historical data and current situation. We can predict the yield, which can help us in better planning and defining economic policies and so on. Another very popular area is disease detection, where we train machine learning algorithms to recognize different kinds of plant diseases. So even if somebody is not an expert and has a mobile phone or just can take a photograph or something, then that person can also get an idea of whether the plant is healthy or if suffering from a particular kind of disease, what are the solutions, and so on. And then there is soil parameter prediction, which is also very key important in farming and agriculture. Again, we use other features like sensor data and historical information. And then there is the entire agriculture, which can be carried out in using drones and IoT sensors and satellite imagery. So a lot of things coming together for combined package of agriculture farming. So yes, AI is everywhere, and so it's into agriculture. So the first thing that we'll be discussing is classification. Some of you maybe already be knowing about it. Quite a few of you would be from agricultural background and other where this would be the first time perhaps you'll be coming across AI. So in summary, supervised learning involves supervision. For example, it's just like we train how we teach a child to do something. For example, if the task is to recognize between the photos of duck and what is a duck and what is a not duck, then how we teach a child is we take tons of photos of different kinds of ducks, species of ducks from different angles, uh, of different sizes, and we also mix it with photos of that are not ducks. And then what we do is we train the child. We ask the child to recognize whether it's a duck or not a duck. And then child comes up with some internal logic-based explanation. And he claims whether it's a duck or not a duck. And then we correct the answer. If the answer is correct, we say, yes, you are right. And if the answer is not correct, we say, no, you're wrong. So in response to our answer or supervision, the child retrains his internal logic. Okay, that maybe ducks have large legs, or they have padded fingers and so on. And this keeps going on as the child is shown the pictures of more and more ducks and non-duck species. So the child gets better at recognizing what is a duck and what is not a duck. So this is how a child learns under supervision. And exactly the same thing happens in a supervised machine learning algorithm as well. Here, an algorithm trains itself. It is given a set of instances of multiple instances of a problem and its solution. Solution being whether it's a duck or it's not a duck, and then it tries to solve it, and it tries to come up with its own logic. It has some logic. It tries to adjust its logic. Okay, this is what a duck looks like. This is what is not a duck. And when it is trained, it results in what is called a predictive model. And then predictive model can be used, in real time. So once the child is ready to recognize a duck and not a duck, then maybe he can get a job at a botanical garden where he can guide other tourists, okay, in recognizing this is a duck or this is not a duck. In essence, it can be deployed, the model can be deployed for a real life task. And for any data set, typically looks like this for a supervised learning classification problem. So here we're taking example of a tabular data set where we have rows and columns. So columns represent features. So this is crop recommendation data set on which we'll be doing lab as well. So we can see it has different columns: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, then the temperature and the humidity and the rainfall. So these are features. Features means helpful information on the basis of which I will predict, or I will say whether it's a duck or not a duck. I'll give the solution to the problem. And my output class label is the solution. So here we have different types of crops to be predicted, whether the best crop to be grown based on the input features is rice or it's coffee or it's something else. So this is called the output class or label, and these are called the features. Then we have rows and columns. So each row represents a particular sample or a problem instance. In this case, wherever this data was collected, it represents a particular sample with a certain potassium value and certain phosphorus value and so on, and the temperature, humidity, and the corresponding output class. And the columns represents the different feature values. So this data set has 2200 rows and 8 columns, essentially meaning it has 2200 samples and 8 columns. Okay, so to to get an intuition of decision classification algorithm that we'll be discussing would be decision trees, which are very simple and one of the introductory algorithm, still used a lot. In fact, random forest, in spite of deep learning and all, which is based on decision trees, is still a very popular choice and a lot of times gives state-of-the-art results. So suppose we consider this sample data set, which is the first 3 columns are features and the last is the output class. So this simply says what I was doing last evening and what was the condition. So it says, was there an assignment deadline urgent? There's an assignment deadline. There was assignment deadline was near. There was no assignment deadline. And was somebody throwing a party? Yes or no. Was I feeling lazy? Yes or no. And this is finally the activity that I did. So we have 10 samples in this data set. We have 3 features, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 output classes: partying, studying, going to a pub, and watching a TV. So 4 output classes. Yeah, we have 4 output classes. We have 3 features. Each feature has different variations. So deadline, for example, have urgent, near, none. So there are 3 variations. Party has yes or no, 2 variations. Lazy has 2 variations, yes or no. Okay. So our goal is to come up with a scheme or a model, a predictive model, where I'm only given the features and I have to predict what the output will be. So this is what a decision tree looks like. It has, where we have, it's a tree-like decision structure from root to leaf, where on every node we have a feature and we have party yes and no. For example, the first question is the party happening, yes or no? If the party is happening, then my output activity is I'm going to a party. If party is not happening, then the next feature I check is deadline, urgent, and if the deadline is urgent, is there assignment deadline urgent, near, none? And based on that, if there's an urgent deadline, I simply sit and study. If there's no deadline, I go to a pub. If there's a deadline nearby but not urgent, near deadline, not urgent, then I ask more. I take the next feature value, which is whether I'm feeling lazy or not. If I'm feeling lazy, yes, then I go and watch a TV. If I'm not feeling lazy, then I go and study. So it's a simple decision like tree structure. So obvious questions is how are these nodes placed, how are these features done, and so on. So essentially, this is done using in a greedy manner, and so the first one and the most popular algorithm was based on Quinlan's ID3. It's actually based on the measure of entropy. So entropy is sum of probabilities. Probability times log of probability. So essentially, entropy denotes randomness. The more random a data is, the more uncertainty it is. And the more uncertain the data is, and we'll have more difficulty in making prediction. So a feature that has less entropy would be more informative, and feature that has more entropy will be less informative. An example for this is, suppose if the goal is to predict whether a student will get placed or not. Okay, so we have 2 features. One is, did the student score 80 plus in the programming course? And of all the students who scored 80 plus in the programming course, 95% students under this category got placed, 5% did not. And of all the students who scored less than 80 in programming course, that is the no category, 92% students under this category did not get placed and 8% got. And similarly, we have the second feature, which has an engineering chemistry, where the students scored 80 plus in engineering chemistry, and 60% students who scored 80 plus actually got a placement, 40% did not, and 65% who couldn't score engineering 80 plus engineering chemistry did not get placed, and 35% got placed. So we can obviously see, if we have to choose just one feature, we'll use this feature, that did the student score 80 plus in the programming course, because this conveys more certainty. That is, it's much more certain that if a student scores 80 plus in the programming course, there's a 95% chance that the student will get placed. Okay, there is 95% chance that the student will get placed. Okay, and only 5% will not. Similarly, if a student couldn't score 80 plus in programming course, then it's a 92% chance that student will not get placed. Whereas this figure drops down when we go to engineering chemistry. So this feature is more helpful, and the same gets conveyed by the entropy factor. So here entropy is probability. There are 2 probabilities. Probability of yes is getting placed in 95, and no is 0.5. So we take 0.95 and 0.5. So entropy is probability times log of probability. So we see entropy is low, and the overall entropy is 0.27. And here we see entropy is high. The overall entropy is high. So we see entropy captures certainty, or rather uncertainty. Higher the entropy, higher is the uncertainty, and lesser is the entropy, more certain is the data. So based on this is just a graph that shows entropy is maximum when the probability is max. There's most uncertainty. Okay. So what this ID3 algorithm does is it simply chooses on the basis of entropy. So it defines what is called an information gain. An information gain is essentially the entropy of the entire data set minus the the entropy of the different features. Okay, subtracts this, and this gives us the gain. And whichever feature results in maximum information gain, that feature is chosen as the first node of a root node of the decision tree. So if you see here, so this factor will be common for all the features. Whatever feature we are taking, this entropy of the entire data set will be common. So what are we doing is, we are taking the entropy of a particular feature and negative. So higher the entropy, the worse the feature is, or lesser the entropy, the better the feature is. So lesser entropy when multiplied by negative would be result in a positive score. So the overall positive, this negative value is, the better a feature is because it has smaller entropy. So that's why this entire formulation promotes actually features that have less entropy or more certainty. So, and this SF by S is nothing but a weighted factor, which says number of samples in S that have feature value F or F, and so on. So in the context of building a decision tree, we're interested in how much information about the output attribute can be gained by knowing the value of an input attribute. This is an example. Suppose my data set has 4 samples, and the outcome is as follows: S1 is true, S2 is false, S3 is false, S4 is false. And we're taking only one feature F that can have values F1, F2, and F3. So the feature value for S1 is F2, S2 is F2, S3 is F3, and S4 F4. How do we calculate information gain? This is my data set. There is only one feature. It has 3 different types, F1, F2, and F3, and this is the outcome. So we compute the entropy of the entire data set. So there is only true and false. So the probability for true is 1 by 4, probability for false is 3 by 4. And that's how we get the entropy of the entire data set. And then what we do is we take entropy of this feature F. Okay. So here we take all the different feature values. So first we take F1. So given the feature value is F1, what is the probability that the outcome would be false? And then again, what is the probability that the outcome would be true? So we are estimating true probability. So given that the feature value is F1, the probability that the outcome would be false is 1, because there is only one column with feature value F1, and that has an outcome of false. And so the probability is 1. The false probability is 1, and the true probability is 0. So 0 log 0 we are taking as 0. So we see the entropy is of this feature F1, feature value F1 is 0. That is, the data is highly certain, highly predictable, because whenever the feature value is F1, the output is fixed certain. There is no ambiguity. That's why this is a feature value F1 is very good. Similarly, we do for feature value F2. For feature value F2, we see there is ambiguity, there is true and false. So entropy is very high. The entropy value is 1. Again, we see for feature value F3, it is also very good because there's only one sample of F3, and that is outcome is false. So we see the entropy value of F3 is high, is low, again 0. So the overall entropy is the weighted average of these 3 different feature values, F2, F1, F2, and F3. And this is the entropy of this feature, which is 0.31 on the lower side, not very high, not exactly 0, but on the lower side. So that's how we compute the entropy. And using the same, if we have to compute, consider decision tree for this, what we'll do is we'll compute the entropy of, all the features and then the entire data set. I'm not going to go through the calculations individually. It's given and similar to what we did. And then, once we have 3 features here: deadline, party, and lazy. We compute the information gains for each of these features, and then we choose the feature that has the highest information gain or the lowest entropy. And let's say that feature turns out to be party. Okay, party is that feature that has the highest information gain or lowest entropy. So we split the data. We choose party as the first root node, and we split the data into party yes and party no. So here on the left hand side, all the entire my data subset is where all these party values are yes, and on the right side you have all where party values are no. And then because this party value here is all yes, so this column becomes irrelevant. Similarly, this column here becomes irrelevant. So we drop this column in this reduced data set. Another thing that we notice is that the output activity here is party. So there is absolute clarity. There is purity on this side of the node. That is, whenever the party is happening, no matter what are other future values, I'm always going forward to attend the party. So in that case, I did not analyze this part of the data set further, and we replace it with similarly. So if the party is happening, then the output prediction is you're going to do party. Whereas when party is not happening, then we see that there is ambiguity. Sometimes I'm studying, sometimes I'm watching TV, sometimes I'm going to a pub. So I need to analyze this further, construct this tree further based on similar entropy criteria, and this is what the entire tree looks like. Okay, constructed using the decision tree, where party is how to use this tree. Suppose I've trained, so this tree has been constructed on the training data set. Training data set is where we also have the solutions. Just like we prepare for, during a semester, we study. So the instructor, while solving problems on the board, also gives a solution. So because the instructor is training us, but during exams, we don't get the corresponding questions and their solutions. We only get the questions. So that is the testing part. So any machine learning algorithm also has training and testing. So this is the training part, and I'm using the training data set. This is the tree that was finally constructed. So it simply reads that it's a party, then say yes, go to a party. If no, then ask further questions. Is there an assignment deadline urgent, near, and none? Then do this. Otherwise, otherwise, if the assignment deadline is urgent, then go and the predicted output is study. If the assignment deadline is no, the predicted output is go to a pub. Or if the deadline is near but not urgent, then we ask more questions whether you're feeling lazy, yes or no, and so on. So this is the actual algorithm. Just a quick overview. That we take all the examples. If all the examples have the same label, that is the pure node, there's no ambiguity. We simply return a subtree with that node. And if there are no features left to test, then we return a leaf with the most common label. That is, there is ambiguity, but we have run out of features. When we simply return the leaf with the most common label. Else, what do we do is we choose the feature f that maximizes the information gain using this equation, and we create a branch from that for different feature values. For each branch, we recursively reduce the data set as we did, split the data set based on that feature value, and recursively call the algorithm. Okay, so with that introduction, so this is decision tree is one of the learning algorithms, supervised classification algorithms. Okay. So with that introduction to decision tree, I hope it have given you some idea of what is a classification algorithm, an example of what the intuition behind decision trees and how they are used for classification. Now with that, we'll move on to our first hands-on, which is crop type prediction. And I will ask Anukul to share with us lab. First, any questions so far by the audience? Okay, and one more thing in the message we have shared with you. Yeah, crop dataset is multi-class. Okay, I have questions. The binary data set, crop data set is a binary class, not a binary class, a multi-class data set. There are more than two crops. Um, and then what is the stopping criteria for this problem? A very nice question. So this is decision trees are not under the don't fall in the category of iterative based, like neural network based algorithms, where we learn through in iterations. We go through the entire data set multiple times, and then we learn. We know our learning convergence or sort of stabilizes. Decision tree, through the algorithm itself, it's a one-shot construction. We have the training data set and we construct it. There is no ambiguity. No, it's not that the learning gets better and better with every iteration. In neural, why we need iteration in any algorithm is when we have a heuristic based learning. We don't have the exact solution. We use some sort of optimization technique to optimize the overall goal. In most cases, it is improving the accuracy or minimizing the loss. So we take heuristic steps. We try to search for the solution space. We look for local minimas and so on. So yes, so the answer is, in short, it is not a iterative based criteria. So there is no stopping criteria. It's a one shot where there's guaranteed to have a decision. Okay. Uh, and Anupul, have you shared the link?
No, sir.
So I'll hand over to Anupul. First, you share the link. You can share your screen, Anupul.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I will be taking a lab session based on the sir's explanation. So, first lab hands-on session will be on crop recommendation system. So, meanwhile, sir will be sharing you a zip file, and since the zip file contains all the codes and dataset related to the hands-on, so since it is big, so what we have done, we have created a zip file, and what we will do, we will try to simply not just extract in the computer system and just upload to the Google Drive. We will use a Python code to just extract it because it will take much time to upload the dataset. So, meanwhile, this crop recommendation system, the basic idea is that given the soil and weather condition of a farm like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, temperature, humidity, and pH value, the computer should suggest which crop is suitable to grow there.
Can you open the CSV file and then describe it?
Okay.
So all of you can download the link that has been shared. There are two files have been shared. One in the chat. One is the zip file, and other is the Python notebook code.
So
okay. First thing, when you are done, once you have downloaded, it's 150 MB, the entire thing. Maybe it will take like a couple of minutes. Once you are done with that, then we will show you how to upload this in your Google Colab environment, which is an online based platform. Yeah, continue.
So this is what you have shared, this zip file. This takes a space of approx 158 MB. You need to just import in your Google Drive folder, and beside this, you have also shared of IPY notebook, that is extract.ipynb. this will what this will do. First, you have uploaded the zip file in your drive, in your respective drive. You just need to open this extract.ipynb, and you need to just this statement that from google.collab import drive. This statement, what this statement do, it basically connects your Google Drive to your Google Colab. After that, this is the simple sample code to convert your zip file to to the extracted version what this zip file contains. So this is the sampler program. It will just take a zip file that you just have uploaded to your drive, and what this will do, it will extract all the file beside the. It will extract all the files and folders that are placed inside the zip file. If you have extracted, means meanwhile, if you have extracted these three inside the FDP IEEE, this folder name, there will be three subfolder which will be created. All these folders have separate data sets and corresponding IPYNB notebook. So what in this session, I means in this first lab session, I will be discussing on live crop type, live practice crop type. Okay. So in this, the file that has been named extension.csv, it is a data set which will be which you will open. It will be shown like this. It consists of certain values, certain feature. It contains of certain samples. Now, what this will do? It also contain an IPY notebook that I have opened here. So first we will go and see what these all cells meaning to do. So first of all, this soil means this crop recommendation. So it consists, as sir has already shown in the presentation, that it consists of 2200 rows and 8 columns. These 8 columns are features, and each row is a problem instance. So each column, since you can see here, each column in this has certain
We should ask if they have downloaded, and I will upload it in Google Drive.
how many.
Okay, let me just ask. Okay, okay. So some of you are not able to. I'll just share the link again. Just one second. So what you need to do is, if you have downloaded these files, okay. So once you download these zip files, they will look like. Just go to one second.
So if you open this Google Drive, this will show like this. You just need to download here. You just need to download here. You will take download anyway. So it will take, it depends upon your bandwidth of your internet. Suppose it has taken me around 5 to 10 seconds. So once this has been downloaded, you can see here, this has been downloaded in my local system. Now next thing what I have to do, just open your Google Drive. This what you can use GUI option, or you can just write, you can go to through Gmail also. You need to you need to go to new. Here you will do file upload. You have to select where your zip file has been stored in a local system. You need to select this and open this. Meanwhile, it will get uploaded. Here you can see it is getting uploaded. So it will also take around 1 to 2 minutes of time. Now it has been uploaded. Here you can see this zip file has been uploaded. Now what you have to do, once this zip file has been downloaded, sir, in the chat there is also link share. This extract.ipynb, the second link. First link was of your zip file. Second link was of this, how to extract that zip file into your corresponding Google Drive folder. You also need to just download this file. In the same way, you just need to upload that file into your same drive with the same process that I have done this. Simply do file upload, extract.ipynb, just do this. Once this extract.ipynb is get uploaded, you need to open extract.ipynb. Just you need to connect with a cloud environment. So some of you who don't know how to open Google Colab in a Drive, just go to drive.google. Just go with drive.google. Here you will do right click, open with. There is an option called connect more apps. Then if you don't have if you have Google Collaboratory in your cloud in your Drive or not, you need to here type Google Collaboratory. If it is installed in your machine, it will just simply show that it is installed, and you need to just, if it is not installed, here option will come install. If it is installed, here option will be uninstall. So this is the technique to check whether my Google Drive has Google Collaboratory enabled in my Drive option or not. So just if you want to do any programming with the help of Google Collaboratory, you just need to, in Drive you need to go, or here you can click new. Here you can go more. Here you can see there is a Google Collaboratory option coming here. You need to just click it, and then what it will open a new window with default Google IPYMB setting, where this will once it open, I will demonstrate what it will get generated. So this will what you will select this Google Collaboratory with connect more apps. Then here will be you seeing, this will be your file name. These all are the means GUI, where you can see. Here is the most important, that when you write a program and you want to execute, you first need to connect to a runtime environment. So suppose here are multiple options. First, since it is if you are doing a basic programming, you can select CPU. If you are doing image task or image related any task, you can use t4.gpu. This is GPU provided by the Google Colab itself. Just need to use the default setting that is provided by Google Colab itself. You just need to connect this. What it will do, it will connect our IPY notebook to our cloud-based Python setup. So if we want to see first, if it get connected, it will show us the connected status. It will show us the space of the virtual RAM and disk. And if you want to execute any simple Python program, just if you want to use, just you need to click on this cell, and normal Python program will be get executed. This is how we can work easily without installing any software in our local system. This is a cloud-based environment where you can use Google Collaboratory. So this is the basic step. Those who don't know, or those who don't have any idea how the Google Collaboratory work. Now we will come upon where we have left. So once we have downloaded the extract.ipynb and uploaded it, so when we will open this extract.ipynb notebook, it will contain how to extract the zip what we have downloaded earlier. So first what we will connect, this is the basic statement, because our zip file is contained in our Drive folder. So first we have to connect it with our Drive. So this is the statement from google.colab, import Drive. This what it will do, it will mount our Drive onto this Google Colab onto this IPYNB notebook. Once it is done, it will show the message mounted at content/drive. So once it will ask some permission, you need to just give the permission. This is the basic step. This is done only once. for a particular runtime. If runtime disconnects, you need to again mount your drive. So once it has executed, it will show mounted at content/drive. Now, how can we see this? So there is a folder option coming in the left left side. There is name called files. Here you can open, and here you can see the option that is drive. You drop down this. There is two such subfolders, that is my drive and share drive. So this my drive will contain all the contents that are present in my Google Drive folder. So if you open my drive, so all the files and folders that are in my drive, it will be there inside it. So we need to this is how we can do. Also we can, without, if you don't want to write the code, so there is an icon coming here. You can see that here is coming mount drive. So you can simply click on this also, and you can write the code, you can write, or you can use this also. So once it is done, you need to run the step. Once so what it will do, this second cell, this will take our zip, since in the path I have provided a zip folder. I already have downloaded in one of my subfolders, where I can show you. I have uploaded this in my this folder, this zip file, and this zip file, and what this zip file have extracted, these three things will be the output of the second cell of extract.ipynb program. So this is extracting. Since I already have done this, so just I will be skipping. So what this cell will do, just it will extract onto the given path, where suppose I have saved my zip file in the corresponding folder. You can paste it where you want, or you just want to create a folder and put the zip file inside that folder. It's upon you. So this message will come, file extracted to this folder .001. So in that folder there is three subfolders we will having. So first we will be seeing the folder that is live practice crop type. In this subfolder there are two files. First is containing crop recommendation.csv, will be containing the data set description, and second will be the code file by using that data set. So if you open this crop recommendation.ipynb that I have opened already. So first, this is the basic statement of all the IPYN notebook. To just
before we proceed further, are you able to, at least few of you or some of you were able to download this, upload into your Google Drive and extract it, run that file? Or are you getting any issues? We're going at a slow pace so that we are able to run it. So what is expected is, I'll just, can you mute your mic? Okay. What so what is expected is, once you have downloaded the zip file and your so what is expected is that you have downloaded your zip file, which is this. Step one, I'll just repeat for those of you who couldn't make it, which is the first lap, so we'll spend a little more time on this. The rest would be this. So first, download the zip file. Second, download the Python notebook. download the Python notebook. Once we have downloaded both, then I go to my Google Drive, which is drive.com, drive.google.com. Then step 3 is we do folder upload, file upload, and we upload these two things. We upload this notebook as well as this zip file. So it will take a minute. So we're just repeating this process so that I don't. Ideally, would be that all of us are able to do it, but it's all right. At least if 4 or 5 of us are also able to do it, it will make this whole exercise worth. The second step will be that we upload these two things. So it's taking a minute. Once this upload is done, you will see extract IPNB in your drive. Go to Google Drive, click on Home. You will see this file, extract IPNB. Okay. This file, we have to open with this file in Google Collaboratory. If this Google Collaboratory option is not showing, then as Anukul advised, connect more apps and get this Google Collab installed. Now, once it shows in your Drive environment, click on that, open with Google Collab. Okay. And the first thing we do is we mount this drive. Mounting means because we are seeing a Google Drive to act like a folder in our runtime environment. Once this is mounting is done, it asks for permission, we get that permission. Don't worry, Google Drive is part of Google Suite only, so it won't be doing anything wrong with your drive content, so we can give permission safely. Okay, once we have done this, now we run this code, which will simply unzip the zip file in your Google Drive folder. Now, if you run this as it is, you may get an error because it says the path file is not found because review conference folder that is not found because when it was written, it was stored in review conference folder. So you can just delete this and have the final path as content drive, my drive, and then this zip name of this zip file that has been shared with you. Is it 3.zip or is it something else? Okay. Whatever zip file, okay, if I run it again, I again get an error that this path is not, zip is not found because, okay, this is the zip file and we do rename and we copy its entire path. Okay, so this is the entire path. So when we download and upload, sometimes the browser appends 001, 002 and so on. So we copy its entire path and we paste this name of the file, zip file, paste it here. Okay. Copy this thing and paste it here. .zip. Okay, content my drive. Yes. Now it's working. It started extracting it. So if you're getting this file issues, this name of the file issues, which may differ from local system to system, you just have to go to the drive where you have located it and take the name of the file, rename it. You copy the entire name of the file, wherever, whatever you have uploaded, and then paste it here. Okay. So this will, what this will do is it will extract the contents of the folder into your Google Drive. So now if you go to your Google Drive, you will see there is a folder. Within this, we have these three uh, folders, which Anupul was talking about. Now we are good to run the code. So the first exercise that we're going to do is crop type prediction, which is this, and we need to open Verbal Collaboratory. So my question is, again, I repeat, are you able to download and upload it into your Google Drive and unzip the contents? If you're not able to do it, then please try. Otherwise, you won't be able to follow uh, the lab that we're going to do now. Okay. Anyone who has done it, even one yes would be encouraging on the chat. Now, there may be few things here and there because we are downloading it and doing it. But I'm pretty sure if you use your common sense, you'll be able to run it. Those who are already familiar with Google Colab, please help others nearby to get this thing running. It's important that we have extracted and we have the data set and everything uploaded, and we are good to run this code. Okay.
So first,
You can share your screen.
so first we will seeing the first crop recommendation folder. In this, there is, I already demonstrated, there will be two file. First will be your dataset file that contain the extension .csv, and second will be your corresponding IPY notebook. So first you need to open this IPY NB notebook. So in every IPY notebook, this will be the default statement that first you need to import the drive into your corresponding IPY notebook. Second step is to import the corresponding libraries that will be used in during the program. So first, going to the package, so we need to have some basic understanding upon what the data set is describing about. So if we look upon the data set, as sir has already mentioned in the presentation slide, this will N nitrogen, phosphorus, nitrogen, phosphorus. This is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, temperature, humidity, pH value, rainfall, and this label is our target, and these all are our dependent variable, and this label is our independent variable. So we can see there is much diversity since there are 22 rows and there are total 8 columns. Each row here describes one piece of land. This describes this basically describes one piece of land with its soil, weather condition, and the crop that grew in that piece of land. Suppose this one row instance, so with nitrogen this value, potassium this value, phosphorus this value, temperature this, humidity this, pH this, and rainfall this. The best suitable prediction for the crop will be in that region, in this region will be a rice. So this is what a basic understanding of what, if you first see the database, if you first see the data set that is presented in .csv format. So now this data set consists of total 22 different crops, and there are total, see, if we just remove this because we don't want label, so there are total 7 input features, and we need to predict just one crop out of 22 crop name that is available in the data set. So first what we will do, we will see the code and we will try to understand what we are doing. So in the next cell, we are just importing the necessary package. These first four packages are used for just these pandas, matplotlib and seaborn. These are used for mathematics, graphs and tables. Pandas is used for tables, NumPy is used for mathematics, matplotlib is used for graphs, and seaborn is used for visualization of our data set. After that, these data set, these much of data set, if you can see these data set are from sklearn library, which is the most common library when we are doing machine learning program in Python. So first, train test split, what this will do, this will split our data set into training and testing data set. Second, decision tree classifier. This will give us a tree like or a flowchart based classifier. Or this k nearest classifier. What this will do? This will look k nearest examples to decide a class or to predict which crop is recommended. Random forest classifier. This what we will do? It will use voting, means very many decision tree to vote together, means many decision tree come together and try to predict for us a class. This label encoder, what this will do, since I have demonstrated that there are 22 crop present in our data set, so what label encoder will do, it will assign every prediction of every crop a number. Since our Python or our machine don't understand any means any categorical value, so what we will do, we will assign every crop a number. Suppose rice will give a label encoder will give number 20. It depends upon what label encoding scheme we use. This standard scaler is used to scale all the features to a specific range, because since we can see here the data set, some are floating point value, some are real value, some are categorical value. So what this standard scaler will do, it will convert all the features to a specific range. And this accuracy score and classification report, what these are the metrics that will tell us how our model is performing. Since this is a classification problem, so we use accuracy score and classification report. Now this is the basic library that we will be using in this particular IPYNB notebook. Now second step is to read our data set. Okay, here path is in my system I have used this path. In your system the path will change, because path depends upon where you have extracted your particular zip file. So the path is not like what you are seeing here. So if you since this is a CSV file, so tables, what I have used, Panda is used for tables. So for visualizing our data set into tables and rows, Panda library is responsible for doing that. So since this is a CSV file, so we will be using Panda PD. It is a Panda's alias name PD, and we will be using a function read underscore CSV. What it will do, it will read our CSV file into rows and columns. And this df, what this df will do, this will print all the data set that are present, that are in table and rows format. Now this df.info, what it will show, it will show us the data set summary, means it will give us which column has how much values and its data type. So it will start giving indices from 0 to 7, since we have 8 columns, so it will give indices from 0 to 7. And what this statistics will represent, this nitrogen will contain this int 64, p is integer, and all these are float, And since label is a categorical value, so it will be an object type. Object type means it has some alphanumeric values. So memory uses, you can see. So these steps, why we will do, why we see this df info or df info summary, because these are the part of EDA. When we are using our data set, we have to have understanding of data set, that how many are integer column, how many are float column, how many are categorical column. So for understanding the data, means for giving any data just to machine learning model, we need to have first understanding of our data. So this is the basic data pre-processing part. Second, this df.isNA.sum, this will check if there is any NaN value present is not, means NaN means not a number, means there is any null value present in our data set. So if there is any value, it will give us the sum, means how many values are in nitrogen column, how many values are Na column, means not a number column. So since here all are 0, so we can say that there is no null value present in our data set. And df dot describe, what this will show, it will show us the mean, standard deviation, this 25, 55, 50%, 70%, these are the quartile range, means 25% of the data belong, means these are the percentage of data, means how many percent of data belongs to this region, how many percent of data belongs to this region, and how many percent of data belong to means nitrogen. 75% data are means 84 data are means 84 means this value is around 75% of data contains 84. 37 means that 50% of data contains 37. 21 means 25% of data contains 21. Now these are, if you don't want to, if you don't know the column name, these are this is a specific function df.column, it will show us the corresponding column name present in our data set. As I have stated earlier, there are total 22 labels present in our data set. Total there are 2200 donates, there are 2200 rows, and 8 donates, there are 8 columns. Now, as I have already so for this we will be using label encoder. What this will do, it will encode all the labels, that is 22 labels, to a specific number. And which column, we don't want to encode all the columns, just we need to encode our target column, that is label. So what we will do, we will be taking instance of label encoder, and we will do fit transform. We can first do fit and then do transform, but if you want to do in a single line, you can use fit dot transform. So it will give a numerical number, that is 0 to 21. Now here you can see the label has given the label encoder has given each label a specific number. Now we want to recover, means this labels we want to convert into a list. So what we will do, we will use df.label, and we will convert, since what this basically this cell is doing, suppose if we use class label and subscript any number that is assigned to a, just suppose if we assign this 20 to a class label, what this will give we will give a rise. So we are just mapping each label with its corresponding crop. So when if our model predict, we need to verify, if it is predicting correct label or not. Since it is a number, so computer means we as a human want the crop name, not the number. So here this line is just assigning number to a crop. Now these are what this statement will do. It will give it will create a dictionary with key and value. The apple has assigned label 0, banana has assigned label 1. This is what we are trying to do. So from this unique dictionary, when the model will predict this number 1, we can give the key as a banana. So this is what we are trying to do. Now these are since we are using in this statement we are using three different models. So we want to see which model performs better. So we have used, accuracy as a list and model as a list to give us which model gives the best accuracy. So this is used when we will train our model and predict, and we'll see which these different three models has given best accuracy. Now what we will do, since we have label encoded our target variable, so we will need to differentiate what I have demonstrated, that independent and dependent variable. So we need to separate dependent variable from independent. So the x will contain the value, all the 7 value except label, and y will be our target label. This means these are the features. X is the features and y is the target in simple terms. Now since we have pre-processed the data, and next step after assigning features and label, we just need to split our data into training and testing. This test size donates that 10% of our data will be on the test side and 90% data will be on the training side. Shuffle 2 means it won't be any sequence on any random. It will be a random order. And this random state 42 suggests that if we run this program as many times, the splitting criteria means the number of samples the training set will contain will be the same sample every time we run this code. So this 42 is a seed value, and random state will responsible for that. Means this split is means we want to make the split reproducible. Means as many times as we run this program, this will generate the same split ratio with same data. Now once we have splitted our data, now we will apply a standard scalar, or we can use normalization. So it is the same way how we applied it label encoding to our label column. This is the same. We just fit and transform to. We don't keep remember when we do standard scalar. Don't try to manipulate the test set, because test set is unseen data for a given model. Means model has not seen test data. It will be trained on the trained data. I mean, model will be trained on the trained data. So what modification we will do on the trained data. On the testing, we don't do any modification inside the test data. We don't normalize it. So we have just transformed the trained data, and now the next part is we create our model. First model that we will create will be decision tree classifier. Here we will give this fit function. It requires two things, x train and y train. And after training the model, the prediction set we will be given x test and model score. This model score will be giving us the accuracy score. So on training, if you try to this just print, this 1 will be the accuracy, and this I think, This one model dot fill, this will be the training score. 1.0 is the training accuracy. This 0.99 will be the testing accuracy of our model. Second is random forest. This is a ensemble technique of machine learning. Here we will use the same process what we have used in the decision tree. Here you can see the training accuracy is 1.0, and testing accuracy is also 1.0, means 100%. 1.0 means 100%, 0.99 means 99%, because the accuracy is in the scale of 0 to 1. Now, since we have used two models, that is decision tree and random forest, now we will try to see the for the classification problem, the metric we used is confusion matrix. This confusion matrix will tell whether our model get confused on the given data set. Means if original label was class, suppose rice, if my model has predicted it as banana, whether it confusion matrix will tell us what is the wrong prediction that has done our model. Since there are 22 labels, so we will have matrix size of 22 cross 22. This is the classification report. It consists of precision recall F1 score. It consists of class wise precision recall and F1 score. Okay. This is macro average and weighted average. These are the classification report. This is the overall accuracy is 1.00. Okay. Now this accuracy is for random forest. This confusion matrix is for decision tree. Since we are training two models, that is decision tree and random forest, so we have two different confusion matrix. This first one was random classifier. It has given 100% accuracy. This confusion matrix is for decision tree. It has given us also 100% accuracy, near to 100%. Next model we have trained, since I have demonstrated why we have created list for accuracy and model, because we have used three models. The first was decision tree, second was random forest, third was k nearest classifier. While we was importing the important library package, we were importing three packages. First was for decision tree classifier, second was for random forest, third was for k nearest classifier. The same thing goes for all the three different models. Here the model training accuracy has given 98%, 97%. This is the confusion matrix for k nearest classifier, and this is the classification report. And now if you want to see out of these three models, which model perform best, so for plotting any graph, we can have any we use matplotlib package of Python library, which is responsible for drawing graphs. So as we can see here, we have trained three different models on the same data set. We can see decision tree and random forest almost, means random forest give 100% accuracy and decision tree give almost around 100%, but Cannon model doesn't give 100%, because it depends upon how we use the hyperparameter for our model. Since if you want to know the model, which model will go best for which data, you need to first have understanding of particular ML model, that which ML model works on which data. For classification data, which particular set of machine learning model will do better, and for particular data set, which corresponding deep learning model will do better. So if you want to check for different types of, suppose in decision tree there are multiple hyperparameter, that is max depth. Max depth will tell us how many depth of means till how much depth we want to go. So these are the various random hyperparameter you can play and plug around when you try to run this code in your particular Google Collaboratory environment. So this is the basic understanding of decision tree classifier on a crop recommendation dataset.
Okay, thank you, Anukul. So since we are, we have to cover two more algorithms. Uh, so this the first lab was little longer than planned because it's the first time you're seeing the code and so on. The next two would be somewhat faster because you already be familiar with the same thing happens with regression and image classification. Also, similar code is executed. Okay, so now we'll proceed with the second problem that we are going to discuss, which is a regression problem. So what is regression? So in classification, we saw what happens is we have set of features and we have to predict one or more of the output classes, which in this case, our case, it was crop type. And we have, I think, around 12 or 13 different types of crops, out of which we had to choose one. So here there was discrete data type that was a categorical data type that was to be predicted. In regression, what happens is again here also we use features, but here we predict a continuous value. So, for example, here also we have dependent features, but here we have the output y is a continuous value, unlike a categorical value between one of 12 classes. It can be a real value, anything. So the regression is the task of predicting dependent variables using independent variable, but x1, x2, and xk are independent variable, and y is the dependent variable. So, and the difference between regression and classification is both use features similar. That's a similarity. The difference is that regression predicts a continuous output variable, whereas classification predicts a categorized discrete value. So this is what summarizes regression. So we have on the x-axis, we have the independent variable, that is on which the dependent variable is dependent, and the response or the output is on the y-axis. For simplification, we have just one independent variable. That is just one feature. But similarly, we can have more than one features, and the graph will just that it will become 3D, 4D, or higher dimensions. And then what we do is, so this is my actual data points. These points are actual data points, and I try to fit it with a curve, and I try to approximate it with a curve. Here, the curve is a straight line, which forms the basis of linear regression, but it can be any other thing. And then this is the predicted value, where this is the actual point. So based on the dependent variable, I predict an output, which is blue yi is the predicted value, whereas the actual value is the purple yi. And this error is the error that I'm trying to minimize. Actually, we use sum of squares error to minimize this difference between the predicted value and the actual value. So here in this figure, we are just using a linear line, It can be with a curve, polynomial regression, or other type of regression, polynomial regression, another type of regression. But most common is, quite common is linear regression. Now we try to fit it with a kind because it's simpler, it's simple, and it's easier to visualize and compute. So linear regression is we have a set of variables x1, sk features, and we have to predict the outputs. And because it's a linear function, so we have certain coefficients which have to be estimated. These are called regression coefficients. So perfect, beta i's coefficient usually do not exist. So we introduce an error, which is a random variable, hoping it to have a mean of 0. Essentially, a regression problem is we have to find the values of this regression coefficient, beta 1, beta 2, and beta k, and these are the feature values. So above is called, a linear regression equation. So simple linear regression is just one variable. Multiple regression would be multiple variables. Then how do we estimate regression parameters? The way we do it is that we first define a goal. So what are we trying to minimize? We are trying to minimize the error. That is the deviation of the predicted output from the actual output. Okay, so yi is the actual response and ye is the estimated response using our linear regression model. And we take a sum of squares error because we want the absolute value, and absolute function is not differentiable. So we take a sum of squares error, and we get this function. And we are trying to minimize this errors. And how do we minimize? We differentiate with respect to A and B, and when we differentiate, we get certain values. We solve that equation after differentiating, and this is the final equation that we get. So this is how linear regression, a simple linear regression, can be achieved by this. Similarly, there are other methods for doing, complex regression. There are tools for doing that. Okay, before we go to the lab of this, I just want to complete the other part, which is in image analysis as well, so that, because we are little running low on time. So, okay, and this is an example of regression. So the raw material used in the production of a certain synthetic fiber is stored in a location without a humidity control. And we assume that, so this is a moisture content in the fiber on the second column, and the first column is the relative humidity present in the storeroom. So the higher the relative humidity, the more moisture gets stored in the fiber. So we want to model this, the content in the moisture content in the fiber as a function of the relative humidity present in the atmosphere. So this becomes a regression problem. So here the dependent variable would be moisture content, because it is dependent on the relative humidity in the environment, and the independent variable would be relative humidity. So there is just one feature here, which is relative humidity, and this is the output. So, we can do it in simple Excel, where we have these formulas, and we can compute all these different variables. So this is product of xi yi, this is product of x mean and y mean, and then xi square and x mean square, and so on. We can get this. So once we can compute both of these, what we get is the regression line, which is this. So once we have this, then we can use this, our model is trained, and we can use this equation to compute our output. Okay, so that is introducing regression in simple terms. The next thing that I want to talk about is a third kind of problem. So we already discussed classification problem. We discussed decision trees as an example of a classification algorithm. Now we have discussed regression, what is regression, and we saw an example of how regression is done, and there are more algorithms for regression problems. The third kind of problem is the image classification. And image classification is where we take image it's also a classification algorithm like decision trees, but here instead of taking numbers as input, we take images. So it is based on convolution neural networks called CNNs. So what CNNs are, to understand that, to appreciate that, we must first understand how a computer sees an image. So a computer sees an image. So this is how we see an image, but what computers see are essentially RGB component of pixels. That is, they see images as numbers. Every pixel has a value, and that's how a computer sees. So we need so image is just a matrix of numbers for a computer. So whatever we want, and what are some properties that make images little different from simple tabular based data, is spatial relationship. That is, we see neighboring pixels are related to each other. So if one pixel is dark, the other pixel is likely to be dark. Same colored pixels occur nearby, and these neighboring relationship actually form the overall image. So tasks in computer vision typically look like this. We have an input image, which is pixel representation. It can be classification task. We have to recognize, in this case, we have to recognize if the person is Lincoln, Washington, Jefferson, or Obama. Okay. The same pipeline can also be used for regression. So here it is classification. It is giving probabilistic estimate of different types of this thing. And then it can also have probabilistic estimate. We can also use it for regression, where instead of classifying fixed discrete types, here in case categorical labels, Lincoln, Washington, Jefferson, Obama. We are actually doing predicting continuous value. Okay. For example, if I want to looking at I can train, I can, we would have seen in app, you know, health management apps, where if you take a photo of the meal that you're going to eat, and it estimates the number of calories it has. That's, of course, the underlying model is a lot more complex than using a simple CNN architecture, but essentially it's a regression problem. Okay, it is taking a photo and it is estimating what are different components are there in that meal, and it's trying to estimate the number of calories. So it involves, high level feature identification, and essentially how images are processed is we need to extract features. For example, in case of human, it can be nose, eyes, mouth. In case of a car, it can be wheels, license plate, or it can be house if I'm trying to identify house or doing some analysis involving houses. It would be doors, windows, and stuff. But so this is how the image analysis was done before the deep learning era, where we had some domain expert, whether it was agriculture, in agricultural domain, we had some expert who would define the features. Okay, for example, what is the type of the leaf, whether it is narrow or it is broad, or color of the leaf, and so on. And then it will maybe come up with some code to detect those features or manually handcraft those features, okay, and then come up with an algorithm. But manual feature extraction is obviously very costly, and there are a lot of challenges in manual feature extraction, like, and in image classification also, like illumination conditions, deformations, occlusion, background clutter, and viewpoint variation. So quite a few challenges are there. So the idea is, can we learn the features automatically? That is a hierarchy of features automatically from the data instead of hand engineering. And that is where CNNs come into picture. Well, this actually, these set of images are actually from a paper which was doing some face analysis. So we saw initially low-level features were identified, like edges and dark spots on faces. And then we had little higher-level features like eyes, ears, and nose. And then even higher-level features like facial structures and so on. So what convolution network do is they focus on the key aspect that adjacent spatial locations of pixels in an image often have similar color values of the individual pixel because they share properties. So we need to, instead of taking the entire image as once, we need to analyze images in patches or in locality, in certain locals. And that's what CNNs do. The idea is to connect package of an input to neurons in a hidden layer. So neurons are essentially part of neural network, and we haven't covered neural networks. In case if you don't know about neural network, it's absolutely fine. It's not a big deal right now. What we can understand, it is some sort of mechanism that analyzes this entire patch, this sub patch of the image together. Okay, and this neuron can be taken as a small brain kind of thing, which or a computational intelligence unit, which sort of analyzes this entire patch in one go. Essentially, it does some simple mathematical operation. So it analyzes this entire patch. So instead of analyzing the image in entirety, the way in machine learning and deep learning we do image analysis is that we analyze images in in patches. Okay. So this is using the spatial structures. So, and this thing, what we do is this analysis is done through this patch size and the to whatever the neural architecture we connect it to. It's called a filter. Okay. Again, I'm not getting into too much details, exact mathematical details of what is a filter. We'll see some example, but essentially it's called a filter. So what filter does it's a rectangular kind of thing which analyzes this patch of image, and then it moves forward in a sliding window kind of approach. It then analyzes the next patch of the image and the next patch of the image and the next patch of the image, and so on till it goes through the entire images, and then it passes this information to next layer of filters which extract higher level features and so on. So we use filters to extract features. We apply a set of beta filter to extract local features, and we use multiple features to learn different kind of features. And the features spatially share parameters of amongst each other. A filter takes, it's the same filter which goes through the entire image. Okay, so don't worry if you don't understand what is spatial sharing, just that it's a window kind of approach. Now, here an interesting thing, what is a convolution operation? And which is lies at the heart of convolution neural networks. A convolution operation is nothing where we have a rectangle, a square-like matrix, which is filled with number, which is actually called a filter. Okay, and we do an element-wise multiplication. Suppose on the left-hand side we have as an image. So image is of size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 cross 5 image is there. And we have a filter of size 3 cross 3. So what a convolution operation essentially is, it's an element-wise multiplication operation. So we do multiply 1 with 1, and we do 1 with 0, which is 0, 1 with 1, 0 with 0, 1 with 1, 1 with 0, 0 with 1, 0 with 0, and 1 with 1. And we sum all these values to get a value 4. And then we slide this filter in a window kind of, in a window frame, window sliding kind of way. And we move it and we analyze the next patch in the image. As we said, we are doing analysis patches wise and the patches overlap. So we do this and we get this value. And again, we slide, move window, we reach the end of the image, we get this another value, then we slide down, we get this value, we slide right again, we get another convolution operation, and so on. Okay, so this is a convolution operation, and this is what is a filter. So filter is essentially a collection of numbers. Here we have binary numbers 1 and 0, but it not be like that. In fact, it can be any value. So okay, we are doing this. So why this filter? Why? What is the real life utility? What is the utility in image analysis in doing so? We'll explain that in the next few slides. So convolution neural network consists of these filters. For example, suppose we're taking the task of differentiating an X and an O, whether an image is of X or an image is of O. Okay, and we have pixelated that image. So we have to classify whether it's an X or an O. Now you see, if we have to do such analysis, when a human does such analysis, it's obvious, X's can be written in different ways. Maybe an X is written like this, or maybe somebody else has written an X like this. It's essentially a representation of pixels. So we should be able to establish that both are the same, both are X's from our perspective, because we're classifying our task is just to differentiate between an X and an O. So we should be able to put these two X's, in the same category, an X. So how does a human mind do? How do we say that this also looks like an X? Because it also has, 2 hands and 2 legs. May not be nicely at nice symmetric angles to each other, at having arms and legs of the same length, but nonetheless it has 2 arms and 2 legs, and then there is a cross in the middle. So all are connected by a central body part. So it's an X. That's how we define an X. So it can be written in cursive manner, on a slightly distorted manner, or whatever. So how a human mind essentially, so what is the analysis that we're doing to actually classify an X as an X? Is that we are recognizing its arms. So it has 1 arm here, 1 arm here, 1 arm here, and 1 leg, left leg and right leg, left arm and right arm. And there is central body part, which is also a cross kind of thing. So we say that these 2 images are equivalent. Both are images of X, because in both the images we have this, left hand, right hand, left leg, right leg, and a central body part. So we can say both are X's. Essentially, we are looking for these features, these features, these edges, and we are extracting these domain features from the image, and then we are establishing an equivalence of that to say, yeah, this is also an X. And this can be done through convolution operation of filters. For example, I have a filter here which has 1, 1, 1 and minus 1, minus 1. Now, if we apply this filter on this patch, what is the result we will get? So let's say the white image is, white pixel is +1 and the black pixel is -1. So when we multiply +1 with a +1, we'll get a 1, -1 with a -1, again we'll get a +1, -1 with a -1, we'll get a +1, and -1 with a -1 get a +1, +1 with a +1 will get a 1, -1 with a -1 will get a +1, and -1 with a -1 get a +1, -1 with a -1 will get a +1, and +1 with a +1 will get a 1. So we get all positive values for all element wise multiplication. The final value that we will get will be 9. This is what it is shown here. Okay, so if we sum all these values, if we do element wise product, and if we sum all those value, we get a very high filter value of convolution operation of 9. And this is, in fact, if we take the pixel values as -1 and +1, that is black pixel is -1 and white pixel is +1. And the same with we do with filter. The filters are also consist of -1s and +1s. So the highest possible value that this filter can give is 9. And that's exactly what we are getting here. And when does that filter give the value 9? When it has a pattern of a backward slash. When it detects an edge of backward slash. When it convolves over a patch of an image that has backward slash. When it convolves over that, it gives the highest value. Now, if we apply the same filter here, okay, we will not get a very high value. You see, this 1 and minus. If we apply the same filter, this filter on, let's say, pointer options pen. If we apply this filter on this patch, we'll see 1 and -1 is -1, -1 and minus is +1, so 0, both are cancelled. This is again -1, this is again +1, again 0, this is +1, this is again +1, so +2, then again -1, so +1, again 2, and again -1. So this overall sum, when we convolve this filter with this patch, would be +1. So this is +1 as compared to this, which was 9. So this high 9 value is quite high, is much higher than this value of 1. So if I'm applying this filter across my images, and wherever I'm getting a very high value of 9 or 8 or anything like that, what can I conclude? I can conclude that whenever this filter gives a high value, there must be a backward slash, a line like this. So essentially this filter detects patterns like this, a backward slash. Similarly, we can have a filter for forward slash. We can have a filter for a cross as well. So now if we have an image where we have two backward slashes, one here, two forward slashes and a cross. So now not always, but it can be a very good indicator that that image is actually a cross, an X as an X. It's not a foolproof prediction, but for our discussion, it can be a very good indicator that it's an X. So applying that logic, if in both of these images we detect, there are one backward slash here, one backward here, one backward here, one backward here, then one forward slash here, one more here, and this image also has one more forward slash, and both have sort of cross at the center. So if analysis applying different filters on both of these images give the same result, then we can conclude that both images convey the same thing, that is the X. So that's how features or meaningful information is extracted from images through convolution operation. And this lies at the heart of convolution neural networks. Okay. And this is example of another filter, which is how we use filters in photography. this is used for sharpening, image sharpening. If you see this filter, what it does is it pushes the central pixel, increases whatever value is had by 5 times. So it promotes the central pixel and its neighboring pixel, that is immediate neighbors, it pushes them away. So if the central pixel is white, it will make it more white, and the neighboring pixels, whatever they are, they will make it opposite to what this pixel is. So if the neighboring pixels were also white, they'll be made black, and these pixels will be ignored. So what it does is this filter effectively sharpens the image. It will make the edges sharper. And this is the original image, and this is the image after applying the sharpening filter. Okay. So what CNNs do is, so this is a handcrafted filter. Handcrafted means some image expert has crafted this filter and it returns some useful information when applied on an image. But what's present in these cells are learned automatically, such that they extract some useful information. That's the key point in convolutional neural networks. Through training process, just as a child learns to differentiate between what is a duck and what is not a duck by seeing multiple images of duck, somewhere it is internal logic, it is training. So CNNs also learn similarly, but what they learn is these filter values. And B, they can define lots of such filters. They can define multiple such filters. Maybe one filter is for detecting backward slash, another is for detecting forward slash. Then when we have detected these backward forward slashes, then maybe there is one more layer of convolutional neural network where we are combining these patterns and detecting higher things. Okay, so that's how in essence convolutional neural networks, CNNs, work. And then there's one more operation called pooling, which you'll see in convolutional network. So what it does is after we have convolution operation, we have the output, we pool this output. That is, for example, if we are doing 2x2 pooling. So what we are doing is, and we are taking this cell 2x2 and we are doing max pooling. That we are taking the maximum value among these cells and putting it here. Similarly, we are taking the maximum value among these and putting it here, taking maximum value of 112, putting it here, maximum value of 37, putting it here. So what is the advantage of doing this? It reduces dimensionality and spatial invariance. Why this works? See, these four convolution values denote, suppose if this filter is for detecting backward edge. So it says somewhere in this area of image, in the left top quadrant of the image, there was this backward slash. So these denote somewhere in the right top quadrant, there was also a backward slash, okay, with value 30. This denotes somewhere in the bottom, there was some backward slash or some other pattern. Here also denotes some other pattern. So all we need is presence of the pattern. So this says, okay, I am going to pool these answers. That instead of taking all these values, retaining these values, I'm going to take a summary. The summary is I analyze the left top quadrant of the image, and I got this pool. I got this value of I encountered that this pattern that for which this filter was.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sorry
Okay,
for the interruption, sir. Actually,
running out of
we
time.
are
Yeah.
having the lunch time now, followed by another lecture from 3.
Yeah, I'll just take 5 more minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sure,
Uh,
sir. Sure,
I'm
sir.
sorry. Yeah, sorry for it. It always happens. So that's how pooling works. It just takes a consensus view. Okay. And I'll skip invariance. So this is how eventually CNNs are used for classification. Okay. So what we have is we have image, and then we have a convolution layer followed by a pooling layer, and then we can have, so this is one CNN block. This entire thing is one CNN block, and we can have multiple of such CNN blocks combined, and eventually, so at the final time, what the pooled values that we get, we feed it to a feed forward neural network layer, much like it is a decision tree, but it has an iterative learning. Okay, so that's how it is a combination of this and this. Okay. So what we couldn't do, what I would recommend you to do is, because we spent quite a few time on doing this, yeah, we're always short on time while doing hands-on. So what I would ask you to do is that two more demos, which I will ask you to run by yourself. So in the first lab, Anupul already took you through the code in detail, somewhat in quite detail. So you must be having some idea. So I'll ask you. I'll try to try these two more things. One is the soil moisture. The soil moisture is we have to estimate a regression problem where we have to estimate the content of soil moisture. So these different input features are given, and we have to estimate the moisture content, SM, soil moisture. This is the output variable that has to be estimated. Rest are the input features. And this is a corresponding Python notebook. So I will strongly suggest you run it by yourself. And the next is the crop type classification, not crop type, sorry, image class, plant disease classification, where we have a data set, training and test. We have three types of diseases: healthy, powdery, and rust. Of images we have, this is what a rusty leaf looks like, and we have a code uh, which again uses convolution neural networks to train this, to identify whether the plant leaf that we have is a healthy or it has a rusty leaf or something else. Okay, I'm sorry we are running short on time. We couldn't do this in lab, but I would strongly suggest, since we went through a lab of one of the demos, you run this in between the lunch or whenever you get time, you go back, you run this in order to appreciate what it is. Okay, so that's all from my side. Again, this was not an typical research advanced level talk, because we wanted to give you a taste of, especially to those who are new doing this, getting into AI or from agricultural background. So any questions from your side? Okay, I just had one question. Somebody had asked which algorithm is more suitable for pre-processing the crop image. Pre-processing in CNN, when we are doing, CNN does everything. We don't need to do like segmentation and other things if we do in handwriting recognition in that in crop image. We just have to, maybe we do data augmentation, but there's no as such pre-processing in crop image. We just feed it and let CNN extract the features. Okay. Any other questions you have? Yeah, but we couldn't do the entire thing. We always short on time. That happens with this.
Thank you, sir, for
Okay.
your insightful lecture. The in-depth theory part on CNN and other deep learning models, as well as the hands-on session. It is a valuable lecture to all of us. So thank you, sir, again. And I request you to kindly switch on your video. We will take a group photo together. Can you please turn on your video? That yes, sir. Sir, can you please yes, screen sharing? Can you please stop the sharing the screen? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and insightful lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Chaube sir, for having me, and Triple IT Bhagat for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We are having lunch time, so the session will be started on the same time. Please, you all may. We are having the break, lunch break. Okay, you all may enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Stop recording.